And welcome back to the drawing board. We are live. How are you, Kenny, my friend? You good today?
Boom.
Welcome to our
Doing pretty good.
Our first round of Invictus. So between last week and now, it's all happening. So between last week and this week, what have you thought about with your character that you're working on? Have you considered composition, all that kind of stuff? Like, what are your thoughts around what you're going to be concentrating on today?
I haven't put too much thought into it. I wanted to kind of work that out, with you guys.
Yeah.
Right. So that
I think
as I render through it, I get the audience feedback, right?
Yeah.
How's my audio? Am I coming in clear?
You are. There's a little bit of a delay, but that's okay. But I don't know often whether that's me in the delay. So you never can tell.
All right.
Yeah, it might be just my brain. Might be just the fact that it's the weekend. I don't know. I think too, I'm in the same place. So I really haven't had a chance to explore composition because it's just been one of those weeks. But so I'm going to be playing around with concept early on in the piece as well. And I just wanted to give us a bit of time for everyone to join us today. Kenny, do you want to go through the rules of Invictus? I'll put up a little intro banner. Do you want me to do that to start with? And then you're going to go through the rules about what we are doing for those who want to join along and draw with us. So I'll just put up our little video. All right, that seems pretty serious. now we're going to make our drawings meet the segue clip. So what are our rules for those who are playing at home and for ourselves to remind ourselves that this is not the Masters of the Universe Challenge? So what are we doing differently and how is this going to – what are our rules of combat today?
So in this series of Invictus, right, 2 characters will be picked at random at the end of what we did, or rather what Will did last weekend, right? We're doing the Invictus series to sort of offset the Masters of the Universe art challenge, right? So this will be something to just kind of break the monotony, right? So in Invictus, 2 characters will be chosen at random. The first one will go to me, the next one will go to Will, right? In which case, we're going to illustrate said characters in a post-battle scenario, right? Think of battle damage He-Man, right?
Yes.
Now, last week, I got Ghost Rider, and Will got Hawk Girl. So today, we're going to, well, at least attempt to fully render in one session.
This is going to be a challenge for us.
Fully render in one session our respective characters in battle, like post-battle damage, right? And it will force us to kind of, think about not just composition, but like how would they be damaged?
Yes.
Respectively, and then obviously taking into account their abilities and power sets and so forth, right? Which was kind of a challenge for me, right? Because Ghost Rider is supernatural.
Right.
right? Let's say he
Yes.
was in a battle with Hawkgirl, and she's using the nth metal,
Right.
like how would that fare against uh, uh, the penance stare, or the ethereal abilities of Ghost Rider? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of forcing me to like think about what is plausible in that sort of battle, right? Now, nth metal, if I'm not mistaken, will right, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? Nth metal, I know that's like uh, a metal that is native to Thanagar,
Right. Yep. So on this, I
right?
guess on this realm, it's considered like a magic, isn't it? Like it
Right.
can it can
It
it
would
can combat on a magic level. Yeah.
yes.
Like Dr. Fate uses, I think he's involved in nth metal too. So there's a mystical element to it because it's not earthbound.
Right.
Yeah. It's tricky. But here's the thing though, I've got a question for you, being that you are the gatekeeper of the rule set there. Does our post-battle series of our individual characters have to show the battle damage of the person they are versus, or is it just in an environment that looks just like wreckage? Like, for example, if you spun the wheel of death and got Ultron, would you have to show robots on my one that are all blown up and damaged, or are we going to keep them independent in that sense?
I think that if it was Ultron, I think like the robot clones kind of fit.
Yeah.
Like it would be Ultron like centered, and then like the clones, or at least clone bits, sort of like strewn about the battlefield. You know what I mean? Like I think it would fit in that.
But
So,
I could do a almost burned and kind of damaged environment that's kind of like Ghost Rider's set the hellfire on everything. You could do something like that, I guess. Yeah. Chris Borman is joining us this morning or this evening. How are you, Chris?
What's up, Chris?
Welcome to Invictus. I hope you can draw along with us today, Chris. You can do Hawkman or Ghost Rider. I'll put something together, Kenny, as our little versus clip. Do you want to have a watch? As a little bit of a priming of the pump. All right, there we go.
Oh wow! Man, that was impressive.
There we go. So we're ready to rock and roll. So I just thought I'd do that as a little bit of a versus, like video game versus, and we got a little bit of a visual. It's kind of like our visual reference sheet for Master of the Universe, but it kind of gives our audience and us a little bit of a primer for what we're doing. All right. So while we're doing that, Chris Borman's taking a break for dinner. Just finished Captain Carson from the Mandel. Nice one. All right. So let's get started. It's all happening. You're already into it, Kenny.
Oh yeah.
I gotta catch you.
Oh yeah.
All right,
that video, that clip, it pumped me up a little bit.
Yeah, man. It's all happening.
That was a great.
Are you going to put the bike in?
You know what? I don't know. I think you know what? I'm thinking of doing something similar to what I did with Man in Arms.
Right.
Right. So I'm thinking Ghost Rider in a sort of slouched gesture, holding his chain, but the chain is broken.
Right. Yep.
Right. And then maybe part of the skull is like cracked or caved in. You know, like he took one really good mace shot to the head.
Yep.
Right.
Lance Stewart is joining us today. How's it going, gentlemen? He says.
Lance, welcome.
Good to have you, Lance. You can draw along with us. We're doing Ghost Rider or Hawk Girl. I'm just going to try and get my figure worked out. Then I'm going to start putting the damage on her. Once I've got the anatomy sort of kicked in the teeth, you know.
Yeah. Like for me, I think it's it's got to be the gesture. You know, because like you can convey a lot with body language.
Yep.
And once sort of like lock in what I want to do with the body language, you know what I mean? Like everything else, like it's easy to improv after that, you know, like the drama in like the color palette or, you know, what I want to throw into the background or foreground.
Yes. Yep. I'm with you. And I've got to make sure I leave enough room for wings.
Ooh, yes. So I'm a little indecisive as to whether or not he should be standing or kneeling.
Yeah. Well, I guess if we consider that as part of the battle victory, they've won the victory, right? So what's it going to look like for him when he's won that battle?
Now I can do like, you know, a victorious sort of like winning pose, but I feel as though against Hawk Girl, you know what I mean? Like I guess I want to show it as like a hard fought battle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he won, but he won barely.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like I'm thinking maybe something like this, where it's his head, he's kind of like leaned back a little bit.
Nice. Yep.
On his knees. Right. Ooh, okay. I'm liking this so far. Right. Get the chain in one hand, well rather the broken chain in both hands. Right. Chain split. I might throw a little bit of a Danny Ketch Ghost Rider in there. Since we weren't specific as to which one.
So you're not going Johnny Blaze? You're going Danny Ketch?
I might go Danny Ketch. You know, Johnny Blaze gets all the love. You know, Danny Ketch doesn't get any love really.
No.
And besides, I like the blue flame.
Right. And he had well, they kind of a little bit like they tend to lean on his spikes from his costume a fair bit, don't they?
That's true. That's true. So I'm thinking the skull, him sort of like open mouthed with the jaw open, right? Maybe a piece of the skull sort of like chipped off, and then like fire sort of like whipping about and breaking up into small tinders,
Yes.
so that way the background I could throw in maybe some rubble, the broken motorcycle, maybe.
Oh, bit of
Right, like
vehicle
maybe the
damage.
motorcycle damage, right?
Nice. Yep.
Lance says, or missing his lower jaw from the mace.
Oh,
Jesus, it turned into Mortal Kombat, right?
Finish him.
You know what I mean? I do like the bike in ruin, right?
Yeah.
Because then it's like I can put like the steam sort of like coming off of the wheels as if like the flame of the wheels were extinguished.
Yes. Would you do the
And then
bike sort of on its side or upsided?
oh yeah, no, totally on its side so that I can get this perspective of the wheels, and then like cinder and ash kind of coming off the wheels, right? So because
Yep.
I don't know, I get the image of it being like a hard fought battle,
Yeah.
like a balls to the wall hard fought battle, you know what I mean? And Ghost Rider like barely made it.
Yeah. Yeah. Just got out. It's going to take a bit to recover, like
A little
maybe
bit.
magnesium, maybe a little bath with magnesium in it, just a little bit for the muscles.
Some Epsom salt,
Salt.
maybe a cocktail.
Just that lowering into the bath scene of, oh, Jesus, that was rough. Oh, man.
Okay. So I'm liking this so far, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking maybe the mace, like sort of like spiked into the ground, the handle maybe like snapped in
Yeah, cool.
half,
On fire.
So we get a little bit of context,
You did a
right?
mace with a big crack through
We're
it.
telling. Say again.
You could do the mace with like a giant crack through it, or it's burnt from his hellfire. Like you could do, or the chains wrapped around it.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I like that. Like
he's throwing
Ooh,
the
okay.
chain.
So
Reached it. Yeah.
maybe the mace has cracks in it, right? And the
Yeah.
cracks are lit like fire hot,
Yes.
sort of like what happened to Mjolnir in the MCU.
Right. Yeah.
Right, and maybe, yeah, I think that'll do it. I do like that.
What is happening to
Let's.
the MCU?
What indeed? Well, I mean, Fantastic Four looks promising.
Yes.
That it does. It looks promising, and it looks like they're gonna do something other than, status quo. Like they're gonna include some deep cut characters, of which I'm always a fan of. Right.
Yeah, no, look good.
So we'll see. I mean,
What could go wrong?
In my eyes right now, Pedro. You know, like
Yeah.
what do we got to lose right now, right?
Right, exactly.
I'll throw my horizon kind of high, right? So that we'll put my head about here. Thinking I'll go 3/4.
Have you caught the new Spider-Man cartoon yet, Kenny?
I have not. I have not yet. I've barely been able to watch anything as of late. But
Right.
have you? Is it out yet?
I watched the first episode because my boys have been into it.
Uh-huh.
It's not too bad. It's very computer generated looking. So it's very heavy on that kind of stuff, but doesn't quite have the kind of doesn't feel sketchy enough for me. It's too clean.
Gotcha.
It's you know,
Now,
it is what it is.
now I heard that it is supposed to be like its own isolated thing and not like a prequel to the Holland movies.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But it is like more street level than what we've seen in the films.
And different, slightly twisted the origin story where, you know, like Peter Parker went to the lab and the spider come out of the, you know, the radioactive experiment and bit him. This one came through a portal that Doctor Strange had come through, and the spider came from there.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Okay.
a little bit different. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
All right, so
I'll give it a watch.
So this Hawk girl or Hawk woman. I'm never sure what to call her, like, because it kind of changed from Joe Kubert originally called her Hawk woman, but
Right.
it's become more known as Hawk girl from the Justice League series, I suppose. I don't really know. Happy to be corrected on that for sure, but happy to be. I don't know the lore. I love the Hawk characters. I love, you know, the two, you know, the two characters that keep reincarnating through time. I love that, but I don't know much about them. I haven't read a lot on them.
I think the last one that I read was the one that came out after 0 Hour.
Right.
And it was a new incarnation of Hawkman, but this incarnation of Hawkman was American.
Okay.
Right. And
wasn't it the original one?
Yeah,
The original one was too, wasn't he? Wasn't the original one from wasn't he a museum owner?
Because I think it depends on who's writing.
Right.
Yes, he was.
Carter Hall. Wasn't Carter Hall? He owned a museum.
As a side effect of, he owned a museum, or he curated it or something.
Yeah.
I think he owned it because like it was like part of like, you know, him being around for so long, he was able to kind of like have that generational wealth.
Right. Yeah.
And as a side
yes,
effect
we are, Lance. We're not hiding it, Lance. We know what we are.
I totally am. I totally am. For the record, though, in my defense, 0 Hour, I was like early high school. I had to have been like freshman, sophomore when 0 Hour happened.
I was 43. Yeah. I'd retired. That's how it feels.
Zero Hour was good. As far as like big events go, I think 0 Hour was like it was good. It wasn't like I think I didn't like it was still like relatively fresh enough to where like you didn't kind of roll your eyes at it, you know, the
Right.
way you do now with like everything after Flashpoint,
Right.
and then it's like the new 52 and you know what I mean, you kind of roll your eyes at it.
Yeah, the new 52 didn't take very well, did it?
No, because it was like I get what they were trying to do with it, but you know they had changed the characters, or rather the personalities of the characters on such a dramatic level that
Right.
you know they were almost recognizable and not necessarily like a new thing.
Yeah.
Right, like I wasn't on board with Superman being like kind of douchey.
Yes, I'm with you.
You know, like how are you gonna maintain, you know, Batman's personality, but like you're gonna integrally change Superman, right? Like they kept
Yeah.
Hal Jordan the same. You know, they slightly changed Wonder Woman a little bit, but everybody else was, you know, pretty much like par for the course, and instead of Superman.
Right. Yeah, it's
You
a
know,
hard one. Like, I mean, you know, you're dealing with such legacy characters. They're almost Greek myths at this stage, you know, and you
of
start mucking
course,
around with that stuff, you can unravel it pretty quickly. And I think they found that, you know.
right?
And now they're rebooting again, so it's bizarre. But
Now, this current reboot, right? I think is actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie,
okay.
because what they're doing with Superman. Hold on, Lance Stewart says the problem with the New 52 was they couldn't figure out what they wanted to keep and what they wanted to reboot. I agree,
Yeah.
100%. I
Yeah,
totally agree with
it
that.
felt a bit banged out and rushed, didn't it?
Yeah. See, with this current like reboot, it's still its own self-contained like universe, right? Because the absolute comics of Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman, like they're their own self-contained books. Like they're basically the ultimate universe, or the ultimate equivalent to
Right.
like Marvel's Ultimates. You
Oh,
know,
with the absolute ones? Yeah.
yeah, all the absolutes. So,
Yeah.
so doing a little bit of research on like Absolute Superman, because like you know the overall design of Absolute Superman made me curious,
Yeah.
and they retconned the origin just a bit,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
right? So the symbol on the chest, right, is an indication of class,
Right.
right? So like instead of the House of L being like scientists, right, or like that upper class in the original lore, right? The House of L were laborers.
Yes. Right.
They were the
Okay.
working class,
So not the scientists.
right? And
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So like they were like engineers and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So like Jor-El was basically a blue collar guy on Krypton, right? So you know when we're introduced to Kal-El on Earth, he's basically defending the working class
Right.
because he can identify with them.
Right. Okay.
You
Yep.
know what I mean? And they're slowly like leaking out what his abilities are.
Right.
And I thought that was absolute genius. Hey,
Yeah.
here's one
Yeah.
that says Tim Drake, New 52, Tim Drake, Robin was pretty good. I'll agree with that. New 52, Tim Drake was pretty good. I did like some of the designs from New 52.
Yeah. I did like
will
some of the
say.
things they included too. Like they included some of the Kingdom Come stuff, like Red Robin and things like that. That was pretty cool.
Yes.
But yeah. And I did like where they started with the Superman, where they had the t-shirt and jeans look. I thought that was pretty good.
Yes.
But
I bought that trade.
And the art was nice, but
yeah,
it kind of fell flat a bit.
A little bit. Yeah.
A little bit.
To kind of build him up a little bit, give him a bit of hero development.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that. So the absolute Batman, at first I was really put off by his design.
Right.
Right.
The giant armor and the
and the axe in his chest.
Yeah. Yes, the axe and the logo. Yeah.
Yeah, but it also lends itself to it being more working class.
Yes. Yeah.
Because he's also like an engineer.
He's not the rich boy. Yeah.
He's not the rich boy. And that like version of the character, Martha Wayne like lives. It's his dad that dies.
Right. Okay.
Right. So, he works out, he goes to work, and he runs the streets at night beating up bad guys.
Yeah.
Right?
Because why not?
Because why not, right? But then, the way he meets Alfred is actually pretty cool.
Right.
Because Alfred is still an active, like, secret agent.
Okay.
And he's sent to Gotham City. Yeah, he's actually sent to Gotham City in order to take out the Batman.
Wow. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And so like the first couple pages where we meet Alfred, it's him sort of like scouting the Batman, like hunting him a little bit, and then like watching him to get a sense for who he is and how he operates, and he realizes that the Batman is just an average Joe. He's no real threat, and he's only attacking like some of the city's most deplorable people.
Right. Yeah.
And I thought that was a great setup. So because
Dre Studios is joining us as well. Evening to Dre Studios. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, welcome, Dre. So Dre has this series that he does. Is it weekly that you do it, Dre? Big time buds and tattoos. Welcome.
Love that.
So, what's up, all? Yes, welcome. So yeah, Dre recently put me onto the series that he does called what is it? Sketch Card Wars.
Oh, okay, righto.
Right, and I believe I'm going to be on it like tomorrow. Tomorrow, cool. Sunday on the East Coast, right? So it'll be a series of other artists as well.
Yep.
Sketch cards. And they're all in character. but the character that's chosen is totally random.
Right.
So I saw like the first episode, right? That the Dre was on, and the character that was randomly chosen was E.T.
E.T. That's interesting.
E.T. right? So so every artist had to draw E.T. in their style and try to get it rendered as near complete in 30 minutes as possible.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. I'll send you the link to it afterwards. So
Yes.
FaceTime Buds and Tattoos says, "I'm starting an art channel myself. Sketch looks great, guys. Thank you, thank you." So I like the open jaw skull right here.
Yes.
Right?
That's
And
great.
drop the teeth in. You know, for the longest time, I had so much difficulty drawing a human skull
Right.
that if I could avoid it, like I would.
Oh, really?
But yeah, it was awful, dude. It was awful. It would come out really, really cartoony. You know,
Yeah.
I would embellish like the cheeks too much, and then there's this like that groove in the temple,
Right. Yeah.
right above the where like the mandible would hinge
Yeah.
into the skull that I would miss most of the time.
Yep.
But when doing uh when doing Ghost Rider, you're able to sort of like break up those lines and
You
oh,
can
appreciate that,
embellish.
man.
Yes, thank you, man. We always appreciate the likes, subscribes. But it just helps us to keep the momentum moving with the show, and sharing things out, commenting on the show like that always helps. Apparently, that always helps the algorithms. I really don't know
Yes.
much about algorithms, except what I hear is that helps. So we appreciate it. For those joining us today, Kenny, what are we doing?
So
What are we
today
doing?
is the first in a series called Invictus, in which case we will depict two randomly selected characters and illustrate them in a post battle scene, right? So lots of
Yes.
battle damage. You know, we're gonna play around with gestures, um, things in the background and foreground to give us or give the viewer context as to who they were battling, right? So in my case, I'm illustrating Ghost Rider, as was randomly selected last week on Saturday or Sunday morning if you guys are out in Australia, and Will is illustrating Hawk Girl.
Yes. Attempting to.
So, so because
I'll give it everything.
I don't like the gatekeep. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing this from scratch. I haven't worked out anything other than my composition, and I did it live on stream. You know, and I'm gonna go with a kneeling Ghost Rider, right, with the open jaw. I'm gonna give the skull some damage, right? But after I get the rest of the body in, I'm going to sort of like map out where my flames are going to be coming out from, so that I can break up some of these lines and kind of leave it negative for
Yes.
the light. And let's see, did I do the big collar? Let's give him the big collar. Let's give him the big collar.
We're both going in pretty raw to this. I haven't really planned anything either. It's but I am basing my design on the original Joe Kubert artwork.
Nice.
So trying to honor sort of his original vision for the character when it was first put together with Hawkman.
So I think I'm going to borrow a few different elements from the different Ghost Riders. I do like the spikes on the shoulders. I'm gonna do that.
Yep.
And I also like the the gauntlets that had the rivets on them.
Yep. Nice.
Right.
Are you going to do the
Open
Danny Ketch jacket, or is it going to be like the Johnny Blaze sort of upside down U-shaped jacket?
I'm gonna do Ketch with the big lapel.
Yep.
And the spikes on the shoulders. Right, and then do the riveted belt. I'm gonna try and be because this is a B grade lead. I'm trying to be as light as possible.
That's heavy.
Graphite is graphite is super soft.
Yeah. I love a B pencil though. It's probably my favorite pencil to use.
Yeah.
But it does it can be a little bit unforgiving when staining the paper though, can't it?
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to be as careful as possible. I think I'm gonna extend the hand forward a little bit in this one. Bring the elbow in, wrist, forearm. And drop my pentagon in there for the hand. Let's work this in a little better.
So welcome everyone to Back to the Drawing Board. If you're joining us for the first time today, always feel free, or if you're rejoining us, always feel free to draw along with us. We encourage it. And
Yes.
Ask questions, tap into what we're doing, banter in the chat. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
And this makes for a bit of fun.
Yeah. So for the new members of the audience, just so you have some context, Will is an art teacher in Australia. I am based out of South Florida in Miami, and I'm a freelance artist and I also teach. So the purpose of these live streams are to go through the full process, right?
Yes.
Showing off the thought process, how we work out some of the problems, that we may encounter live, right, in the art, and to sort of like pull back the veil, on how polished some works can be, but we never tend to see a lot of the issues that the artist may encounter when building up that work.
It's what we call the democratization of knowledge.
Yeah.
So we are sharing the ins and outs and taking away the mysticism.
Are you guys going inks or full color? We're going full color.
Yeah. Full throttle.
Yes. Full color.
I don't like to fail halfway. I just kind of like to go into sixth gear, straight into the fire.
Full color. That what I may do before dropping the colors in there, I might give it an ink wash.
Ooh.
Right. Get some nice ashy looking grays in there, and then slap the color over that.
Nice one. So these are, I'm just going to bring it up, the little elephant in the room, Kenny. These are, in terms of price points, these are they're a smaller artwork, so they are fitting onto an A4 size paper. Yes. They're probably about the same size as a 6-inch figure, I would say, action figure, 5 to 6 inch. Would you say that?
Yes, give or take.
Yeah, around about, plus a little bit of a background. and these will be on sale for $100 US. That's what was agreed to, I think, on the Etsy store for both Kenny and I at the end of the show. Give us a chance to scan it, of course, but these are the Etsy details. If you like what you see and you want to purchase one before we start selling them at conventions and stockpiling 1 million of them, because it's going to get big quick. It's going to get big quick. So
yes,
jump on and grab them. So we'll post them straight out to you once you move through the process of purchasing it. So $100 for a full color gouache on Bristol illustration.
Yes. I'm going to put the hand up a little higher here. Line it up here.
I'm just thinking what I can do for the Ghost Rider on my one. I'm just thinking whether I'll do part of a downed figure, like face down in the dirt kind of look.
Maybe a tattered jacket.
Yes.
Tattered jacket, like sort of like Superman's cape from Death of Superman.
Yeah.
You know, the broken chain links on the ground. Because I would imagine after Ghost Rider's beaten, wouldn't he just like go to hell?
Yeah, he kind of dissolves himself a bit, you know.
You know what I mean? So, like everything that's like.
Lance says, "Why do I feel targeted?" Lance, you're not targeted. We are just putting it out there for everybody.
Oh, so you see how Chris is throwing shade already? You see how Chris is throwing shade?
What's he say? Oh, yeah. I'm feeling the weight of that question mark, Chris. I'm feeling the weight of it.
Why you? Yeah.
Like I said, we're going to attempt to do the Johnny Blaze jump the buses, the helicopters, but we'll see how we go. Always rest assured that unlike other live streams, though, we won't be doing things in between the gutters or in between streams. It'll always be live.
Yeah, everything will be done like on the live stream. We don't touch the artwork in between streams. So you know, even if you're watching like the streams through a playlist, you'll be able to see things chronologically without any interruptions or without any like skip process.
Yes. All right. So just trying to get that tricep going.
We'll put the mace right here. The handle.
Have you ever drawn Ghost Rider before, Kenny?
In small pieces,
right?
Like for the sketch cards.
Yep.
You know what? I did a Ghost Rider. Something like, I want to say it was like more than 10 years ago, and the guy that commissioned it was a paraplegic.
Okay.
Right. So he wanted Ghost Rider in a wheelchair.
Ooh, okay.
And I gotta say, it was one of the. I had so much fun, like illustrating that and doing the fire coming off of the wheels on the wheelchair.
That's awesome.
So it was like Ghost Rider in the wheelchair, like whipping the chain around. Like,
love it.
Great. You guys
putting out the justice.
This year.
Ooh, probably not this year. And from what I understand, the tables are really hard to get at the moment. I've been seeing a lot of feedback from people applying for tables everywhere, and I'm not sure what the criteria is anymore for those tables, but I think they are curating them pretty tough. Yeah. Is that your understanding too, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm on odd years because those years I have my son, like more
Yeah.
often than just the summer.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like minimizing the amount of shows that I do
Yeah.
so that, I can spend more time with him when he's here.
Yep.
So San Diego, maybe because it's in the summer, like Mike's gonna be here with me. So like that's gonna be a
Right.
no-go. I mean, I
It's a
will
great
be doing a
convention,
lot
though.
of
I love it.
local shows. I'll still be doing a lot of local shows and workshops and such, but like anything out of the state is gonna be very unlikely on odd years.
Right.
Until he's old enough to like,
Help man
not
the table.
help man the table.
Yeah.
He's 12 right now. Like,
Yeah.
if it's not about Beyblades or Pokemon, he's
It's out. He's out.
he's not jiving with it.
Yeah. Okay.
But he is drawing more, so that's a plus.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
Oh, I agree. It's hard. It's hard when you go to a convention and you're flying solo with it. I've done it a couple of times. You get to do a lot of things that you were, had in mind to do, but there are lots of times of quiet in the day. You got to be pretty content with just yourself, I guess. But I wouldn't do another one stateside unless I was teaming up with someone. I've done 3 or 4 of them now, but it's definitely I'll do it again, but I need to have a partner to partner up with over there. I'm just going to jump off a little bit of Mace for a minute, a little bit of reference, because the original Hawkwoman had a spear, so a little bit different.
Yeah.
Okay. But I do like the Mace.
I don't mind doing. I don't mind going solo. I don't mind.
What's
going
that?
solo.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, I was saying that I don't mind going solo when it comes to cons.
Yeah.
Because 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's easier when you got somebody to man the table, so you can get up and kind of like do a little shopping. But like because I most of the time am by myself, like I'm an introvert. I'm a natural introvert, so it's like I'm good.
You're an artist.
Table. Yeah.
It happens.
Yes. I'm not forced to have to talk to anyone because they're sitting at the table with me. Because I feel compelled. Like I gotta entertain you. Because you're sitting there.
Yeah.
It's like nah. I only talk to the people that come up to the table and ask me questions. Oh, hey, are you taking commissions? Why, yes, sir, I am.
Yes, sir.
But cons are fun. I feel like this
skull I love them. Really, it's super fun.
I feel like this head came really, really big. Make some adjustments here. Make this a bit smaller. Cheekbone, cranium.
It's looking good, Kenny.
I'm trying. I feel like the skull came out a little too big in proportion with the body.
Yes.
So I'm making.
Yeah, it is. It is. The cost is huge leaving the country, and you got to add that to it. It's an extra couple of $1,000. And I guess the big thing for me is traveling with all of your stock that you need to sell. So that becomes a tricky thing in itself. But I mean, if you're combining it with catching up with people, with making good contacts, maybe even getting in a couple of panels that you really, really even want to see that you don't see in your own country, then it's worthwhile, for sure. Like if I get to go and see a Kenny Calderon live at the table drawing using the copyright Kenny Coppertone Brown, then it certainly is worthwhile.
Yes. And I'd advertise it like the monster truck shows.
Yes.
Sunday. Watch Kenny Calderon use Coppertone Brown at the table. Sunday.
Love it. I love that.
So when I do Puerto Rico Comic Con, I ship a lot of my material ahead.
Right.
Like I send it to my uncle's house.
Okay. Well, that's helpful.
I send it to my,
you know.
Yeah, I send it to my uncle's house, so it's like I carry with me on the plane.
Yep.
But it's really just like things that I'm going to be selling, like books, prints, whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that the only thing I'm really like packing in my suitcase outside of clothes is like my paint, my brushes, you know, that stuff that, you know, like that I would use to like do art live at the table.
Yes.
But like printables and stock merch, I send that ahead.
Right. Well, you can't have that carry-on luggage. It's too much. You know.
No, at all. It's like they're charging an arm and a leg for like anything that's over X amount of pounds or weight.
Yes.
I feel like that head is too small. We are doing some noodling.
Yes.
Noodle. All right, that's my space, and then we're gonna drop the eye here. Cheek.
That's better, Kenny.
Brow. That does feel a little better.
Yeah.
Because now I could, you know, with the open mouth here, I could get a nice like tongue of flame coming out this way. You know, sort of coming out of the collar and then breaking up into little embers. Now, because it's Ghost Rider, you know, I don't expect there to be a lot of color in this outside of the fire. So I actually, you know what? I'll break one of the shoulder spikes on this side. Maybe he's missing the shoulder spike here, but then we got the other one here and the third one there. Boom. Right, and we'll kind of tatter the pants. Tatter the pants.
Pants.
And give him the big boot. Put the boots back here. Big boots. All right. We got the broken maze. Maybe some feathers strewn about.
So tell me about the trading cards you're working on, Kenny. I saw a bit of that this morning. They look fantastic.
Yeah. So I'm wrapping up my run on Star Wars for tops at the moment. I'm having a lot of fun, actually. A lot of fun.
They look great. They look really, really good.
Thank you. Like I was kind of nervous about it in the very beginning.
Yeah, they can be intimidating when you start.
You know,
because there's so many artists that have been doing it for so long and so well. You think, oh my god,
Yeah. And I just got the invite for Guardians of the Galaxy,
Oh, nice.
so that's gonna be fun because
You've got a very busy run coming up.
Oof, that one's gonna be, I think, 30. I'm doing 30
Yeah,
on
right.
those.
That's going to be good.
And for Upper Deck, I'm doing Superman,
That's going to be
which
great.
that's my call up. It's like,
That's the one.
super. When I saw that in the email, I was like, oh.
And we both did the Metal Batman series. That hasn't been announced as. Have they announced when that's coming? I don't think they've announced even when that's coming out yet. But
No, not yet. They usually like do the production about 6 to 8 months before release.
yeah,
Right? Because of the fact that they like work with so many different artists and they have so many different like IPs in production.
yes,
So it's usually 6 to 8 months lead time for release. That like there's a hobby shop in Pittsburgh who's really really good at announcing when those drops are going to happen.
right, yeah,
That every so often what I'll do is I'll just go to that website for that hobby shop in Pittsburgh, and they announce what the set is, what are going to be some of the like high end cards from the big boxes,
yep,
and they also have a list of every artist that's featured on the set. That like I think
yes. Well, that's released on the website. I've seen that before.
yeah that
Yeah,
like I think it was when I did Marvel Ages, I saw my name on their website. I was like, oh,
yeah,
that feels good.
yes, it does. Yeah, I've seen the Star Wars ones. I haven't seen because I'm doing a Star Wars set at the moment. I haven't seen it from Upper Deck yet.
And
I assume a lot of that's because they've just changed properties and
yeah,
all of that stuff. They've had a bit of a turmoil, but
a little bit. I would
yeah,
imagine so. And especially with all the stuff that's going on the West Coast right now with the fires and such.
right. Makes it hard. Yeah.
That shoot, I forgot what I was going to say now.
It makes it tricky to
Cars.
worry about that stuff when you're worrying about saving buildings. Yeah.
Yeah,
Get it.
absolutely. Oh, that's what I was going to say. The email from about the tier system that you mentioned.
Yes.
And
Yes, I
and
saw that.
explaining like what the tiers are and like for artists, like how to get
What to
invited into
do.
certain sets
Yeah.
and so forth.
Yeah. Yes.
I thought that was interesting. It was real interesting.
Yeah, I
So it
think
kind of like puts
it puts it
it
into
kind of puts
context.
every artist like in a like something to kind of strive for, with their
Yes.
work. It's
Yeah.
not just a paycheck.
Yes. Because I've seen some people churn through the artwork, but don't always follow the guidelines.
Right.
I've seen some artists say, they request 400 cards or 300 cards, and they just plow through it without. Because in Star Wars, especially, you've really got to have the likenesses.
Oh yeah, you do.
There's very strict guidelines with it, so I've seen artists not always abide by that, or they think it's funny to push against what the client wants. So if the client or the licensor doesn't want Slave Leia, but you're trying to squeeze in a Slave Leia, bad move. You're going to get penalized with that stuff. It's you got to do what the person paying the bills wants you to do.
Yeah. I do like that they do kind of send you like samples, right? So you're not
Yes. Yeah,
so
they
like
always make me
on their
laugh. They always make me laugh.
yes, so like on their end they're kind of like covering their ass in that regard. Like, look,
Yeah,
we told you,
yeah,
this is what we were looking for.
yes.
Now if you go rogue,
Yeah,
that's
it's on you, son.
on you.
Yeah. Now, I love those. They make me laugh every time. They'll have a sample artwork. This is how to make
Uh,
it exciting. This is one that's exciting. This is one that's not exciting, but
we
always
want
very
this
funny.
level of detail.
Yes. Do this,
I'm
don't do
like,
that. You know?
exactly. I'm like, dude, like I've done this. You
Yeah,
like
yes.
I can tell you stuff I've already done.
Well, it makes you wonder how much they're receiving that's not what they wanted to get to have to do
Exactly.
that. So
That's right. Yeah.
it makes you wonder.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I could
Hmm.
that one. Okay. This is starting to feel a little better now. Starting to feel a bit better.
Better. Yeah, so that's interesting.
That's a bit better. So let me sharpen my pencil, get some of these chain details in, and then I think I can clean up some of these lines before dropping in the motorcycle.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just putting a little bit of a hint of a skull, but I think I'm going to do most of it in shadow down there. So a little bit of Ghost Rider skull, but not much.
A little bit. Big light source coming from the skull, so I think I'm gonna drop a lot of this into some grays and some shadows. Get that little nub there on the end of the chain. All right, so it's got like that gothic kind of horror aesthetic.
Yeah.
So Will,
Love that.
as a horror fan,
Yeah. Yes.
have you seen anything interesting worth watching lately?
Well, Nosferatu, that was pretty. I loved it.
I heard very good
Pretty.
things. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, the new Wolfman looks pretty good.
Now with Nosferatu, I did hear
Yes.
that it's basically Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Well, that's what the original Nosferatu. Have you seen the original silent movie one?
Yes.
So that was their way of doing Dracula without paying for copyright back in the day. And what happened was they got in a lot of copyright trouble with the Stoker estate, and
right.
And basically, if it wasn't for a couple of cinemas holding on to the original picture, it would have been lost because most of them were destroyed. So the thing is, with all the Universal copyrights that are coming up with Frankenstein and Dracula, I mean, anyone can do a Dracula or a Frankenstein movie. They just can't make it look like Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi because they own the look of what that looked like. But you can do whatever variant you want of that. But that's what Nosferatu was. And if you look at if you watch the movie, it follows the same beats as Dracula. You know, like he buys the estate. He lives in Transylvania. He buys the estate in London. It's all about getting over there. He's got a Renfield. Mm-hmm. You know, it's the same process.
Right.
I do love the look of the actor that played Nosferatu. I can't think of his name now. The original Nosferatu.
Right.
He's got a very creepy look about him. But yeah, it can be a hard watch because when I used to teach media studies to students, the upper level high school students,
Right.
we did horror. We did horror as a unit, and
Ooh, I like it.
and we analyzed horror films. So we looked at Nosferatu and then transitioned to watching, Hitchcock with Rear Window and Psycho. We looked at the post-contemporary version of Psycho, which was Scream.
Nice.
So we looked at that genre in itself. Night of the Living Dead as a social commentary on civil rights. So all of those things are very interesting. But yeah, that original Nosferatu is something about it that people like the creepiness. I mean, it was the first at that big horror mural I did. That was the first image I did was, or the second one I did. I did Wolfman, I did Nosferatu. So it's an interesting face to study, for sure.
Right.
Now, it's good.
I had this discussion with one of my cousins the other night. Right. Now, who came first? Was it Dracula or Varney?
Or what? Sorry, Dracula or what?
Who was first, Dracula or Varney?
I missed that last bit. Dracula or who?
Varney.
Varney. Who's Varney?
Not Varney. Shoot. I just had it. Spacing out on the name right
now. I did watch another early vampire type film, which is The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Have you seen that? There's another very early German expressionist silent movie. You can watch it on YouTube's. But a very early variant of what a vampire would look like on screen. So they were doing a horror right back in the early days. Like one of the earliest films that we had was Frankenstein, and which I think was made by what was his name? Early Inventors, and also Jekyll and Hyde. They were very, very early films. So they're doing horror right back then. Yeah.
Yeah, I am right. Barney the Vampire.
Barney the Vampire.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that. What is that?
So it's based on a novel, right?
Okay. Yep.
Obviously, like bleeds into a lot of other like vampire media, right?
Right.
Like Castlevania.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Have you seen Castlevania?
I have. Yes. Yep.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, right? And I know that they do put like even the Castlevania anime like pulls from a lot of vampire lore, right? And they'll use like the actual names, right? Now, I don't know too much about Varney. I do know that Varney was kin to Dracula in some way, but I don't know if he was. I don't remember if he was like a spin-off or if he came before Dracula.
Right. Okay.
I know that Dracula just means son of the dragon, right?
Yes. Yeah, Dracul. Yep.
But like I got to do a little more research. I think I was led to understand that Varney the Vampire, right, was akin to Dracula, right, and was the vampire that brought vampirism to the New World.
Right. Okay, I'm with you. Yep. It's his fault.
Like,
he's to blame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Well done.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If
Good
there's
job,
anybody
buddy.
in the chat who can confirm, please jump
Where's
in.
Yvette? Where's Yvette when we need her?
Where's the vet?
Where's the Corvette?
The Corvette. We need some facts checked right now.
We do. Yes, Bram Stoker.
Nosferatu. So that was a bit of a surprise like hit because typically they don't release like horror movies like at the end of the year like that, especially around the holidays, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And for there to be a horror movie released in the beginning of the year, it's usually because it's ass. You know what I mean? And they know it's gonna ass. Right? Like I'm only saying that based off of the trend, right? Like
yes, yeah.
That's been the trend.
I'm just picturing that marketing meeting. Listen. This is us. We're not going to do this, and this isn't coming out. Look, we're not going to do well with this.
This movie's coming out. This movie's coming out January 15th. Like,
yeah.
There's
when everyone's
no
back
way
at school.
we're dropping this around Christmas.
This is not competing against Star Wars.
Yeah. At all.
Yeah.
At all. I don't know what you were thinking here. This is coming out in January. Not even for Valentine's Day. January.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, at best.
I'll put the motorcycle laying on the side. Right? And then we'll probably get. Does it have an exhaust? I want to use his.
What are you referencing for your bike?
I want to use the iconic one that kind of looks like Knight Rider. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah. You're not using the chopper?
That's the one I'm referencing right now. No, I feel like I don't have enough room for that. Like, because the chopper's got to be big, and then we got to get the handlebars. Well, I could probably put the chopper in there. Matter of fact, let's put the chopper.
The chop.
Let's put the chopper in there. Okay. Get a good image of the chopper. Okay, that's not too bad. Get a little bit of a motor here. The exhaust. Exhaust there. Then we would have
so
front handlebar. Well, front legs going back this way. Headlight will be back there. And the handlebars would like drop behind him. Okay. That's doable. Now, I looked at some reviews to the new Wolfman movie.
Yes.
Right, and it has been brought to my attention that the film is basically one long transition.
Yeah, it's almost like a plague film. Like you've got a sickness,
right,
that you're working through. Yeah, so it's a bit of a different take. You're not going to get the classic quick change. It's it's a slow infection.
To which I think is interesting, right? Because that hasn't been before.
Yeah, I agree.
That hasn't been done
Nice to
before.
have something a different version.
I am intrigued by it. All right. Got a little dust up in here.
You happy with your pose?
Cha-cha. I am. It was a little tricky at first, but it came together.
Nate Stewart says Dracula was based on a 15th century folklore and then written again in 1897. And he says Varney was based off same folklore but was written in 1850. So it predates the writing of it. Same folklore origin, but was written. I think he's saying Varney, as in like, hey kids. It's
like
show.
Fred and Barney? No, no.
Or a big purple dinosaur named Barney. I'm like, what? What is this?
No.
Is his lamp on too hot again? What's happening?
I wondered why you were confused. I was like, wait a minute. Will doesn't know Barney?
I
wondered why you were confused. I was like, wait a minute. How does Will of all people not know Barney?
Hilarious.
Okay. I had a feeling because it was like, I like there was the debate of who came first.
Yes.
I still think that Guillermo del Toro like changed the game when it came to vampires with The Strang.
I heard he's looking to do a Frankenstein.
I'm there, dude. He can have my money today.
Now.
Right now.
Now.
Yours. You should watch Kill Smoochie. Kill Smoochie. You know what? I'm gonna watch it just because of the title. That just Kill Smoochie.
All right, just checking my sizes. I think I'm about there. I think. Start throwing down a bit of colour. I think I got it. Got to take the dive.
Do it.
I might start off with getting the flesh tones right first. And I'm going to lighten back a lot of my pencil work so we don't end up with a big muddy mess.
And I'm going to do the same after I work in some of these deets.
And sometimes when I'm painting, I will, always expect that there's going to be anatomical changes. Because sometimes when I'm pencil drawing, unless I tone it, I can't always see corrections. I don't know why. I think it's because of the weight of the color.
Right.
But, yes, I always expect that's going to happen at some point.
One, two, three.
Yeah, I agree. Did you read that, Kenny?
It's all about the evil world of children's television and the underside of the actors trying to kill Barney / Smoochie. I like it.
Yes.
Kill Smoochie.
Green lit. Go to it. Netflix series. Let's go, Lance.
Hold on. Let's see.
Straight to shut up.
Kill Smoochie. Pull that up. I'm gonna watch that tonight. Kill Smoochie.
All right.
Yes. I know I heard about this movie. That like instead of a dinosaur, it's a rhino. Yes. Smoochie the Rhino.
Smoochie. Can't be trusted. Can't be trusted.
Oh, Danny DeVito directed it. Oh man, this cast looks pretty good.
And Robin Williams is a bad version of Captain Kangaroo, is what it says.
Hmm. Oh, what? Oh.
Captain Kangaroo.
I'm gonna check that out. Well, that's gonna be on my watch list tonight.
We've just lost Kenny for another evening.
Hop in.
Gone.
That's it. That's in my watch list tonight. But you know what I mean? Shower up, get cozy, hop in the bed,
Get the
put
sandwich.
my headphones on.
Get the sandwich happening.
The sandwich on deck.
Sandwich and a beverage.
It's going down. a frosty adult beverage. Frosty adult beverage.
Condensation running down the glass. Yes.
Yes.
All of that. Yes, sir.
It's been that type of week.
Has it?
It has a little bit.
Bit hectic.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Just a bit. It does warrant the beverage to be frosty and adult.
And adult.
Yes, must be. We'll do 1, 2. Put another one there. A little spike there. And put one here. And then one there. So then I'll put little cracks in it that will emphasize with light or embers emanating from it. Mm-hmm.
Just putting a bit of gouache undertone for the eyes.
Very nice, very nice.
Give that time to settle and cure, and then I can come back and do another pass over them. What's your light source like on yours, Kenny? Are you coming from multi-directions or one direction?
No, I think I'm just going to come from the top.
Yep.
I'm going to come from the top. I see it more like dull.
Yeah.
Right? Lots of grays, lots of heavy black, right? But the fire is going to be the brightest part of the image, but it's going to push half of the skull into shadow.
Right. Yep.
I may give him the glowing eyes. I like the glowing eyes.
You got to.
And you know, it's for the most part, this one's going to be muted because it's, you know, got the nth metal that's gray. The bike itself is black and chrome. You know, so yeah, for the most part, this will be muted, and then, you know, I'm kind of kicking up a lot of like dust and debris around him, and yeah, so
nice.
It won't be very colorful, but my light source is going to be like centered in the page.
Bit of glowing embers and brimstone and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so like that's why I think like the gray wash is going to be crucial, because like it'll kind of give you that little pop when I hit it with like some of the white embers.
Yes.
Right, the white hot embers kind of coming off of the skull.
Yep.
and then a lot of the glare coming off of the chrome. Should be fun. Should be fun. So has your semester started yet?
Yeah, we're back. I'm in my second week next week. So good start so far.
Yeah.
Doing some new, as we always are doing, like constantly trying to find different programs, because I've got a team. I've got a team of artists that work with me, and I look after. My job is to look after the music and drama department as well. So they sort of, as head of arts, they sort of fall under my banner a bit. But so we're sort of pushing on ways to innovate and develop normal school programs to do some more cool, interesting stuff. So looking at, casting and pouring and just doing different things, introducing different mediums rather than doing the same old stuff. We are working on just ways to invigorate what we do for ourselves as well, what training we can do. I'd love to introduce animatronics at some point. I think that'd be fun. Only just because I want to make stuff come alive in the classroom and freak people out. Mildly terrify everyone. Just for me.
Right.
An alien symbiote or something. Chest burster. But, yeah, so I don't know if I've ever shown you any photos of my classroom, but I tend to do large paintings in the room. So I've got a wall of just comic book covers. So that kind of just fills up one wall. So yeah, so when kids come in and they can sort of see that there is a way you can actually work in the world of art still. It's not just a myth. Yeah.
One of the things that I started doing with my kids is a rework unit.
Okay.
Where they would take a famous painting from any time period.
Yes.
And reimagine it in their vision. Right.
Reappropriating.
However, they had but they had to maintain the original composition.
Right. It had to still reflect some of that original.
Right. So it still has the visage of the original work. Like you're able to identify the original work in the rework
within it. Yeah.
And
nice.
Like I'm surprised to not really surprised, but like pleasantly surprised to see how like well they took to it. Right? Like I got this little girl, she's 14, and I'm helping her like build her portfolio to get into an art school in Georgia.
Yep. Nice.
And she did a rework of this old painting called The Soap Bubble.
Okay.
And in the image, it's just, it looks like a colonial British boy in a window, right? Blowing a soap bubble out of what looks like a brass straw. Right.
Right. Yeah.
And on the lower right part, looks like you could barely see it because the child is in shadow. It looks like a younger sibling or a small child, like kind of like trying to peek at what the boy is doing.
Right.
So I gotta show you, dude. And then she did such an amazing job. She did it completely in acrylic, and she did it huge too. She did it on like 24 by 24.
Okay. Yep.
Right. Big boy, and she's never done anything that big, and she totally
intimidating.
She did a young girl, right? Because she's originally from New York.
Right.
So she did a young black girl in the projects, right, sitting in her project
Yep.
window, blowing a bubble from a plastic straw using mom's dish soap,
Okay. Yep.
right? And then like the little sister trying to peek at what she's doing. And then she nailed the brick, the glare
Yeah.
coming
That's
off of like the window. Dude, she did such a good job, right? But in the very beginning, there was a little bit of a disconnect, right? Because
yeah.
you know, there's that preconditioning to the way that we color, right?
Yes.
But she's like, oh, like I don't like the way it's turning out. Granted, it was still in the relatively early stages, and she was just kind of laying in her flats. I'm like, that's
Right.
because you're coloring and you're not painting,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Paintings are meant to be appreciated at just about arm's length.
3 meter
You
rule,
know,
dude. 3 meter rule.
3 meter rule, exactly.
Yep.
And I told her, I was like, think about every time in a movie or a TV show you've ever seen an artist in their studio. Are they
Yes.
like really close up, or are they at like arm's length working on their painting? Right?
Right. Yep.
It's gonna look ugly because you're right up on it and you're seeing all of your strokes.
Yes.
And you know what I mean?
You
You
got to
gotta
step back.
approach this from a
Yep.
different. You gotta step back a bit and approach it, from a different perspective, that,
Yes.
or rather from the perspective of giving the brain enough information to fill in the blanks.
Yes. Yep.
So you want those energetic strokes, because
Exactly. Yeah.
at 3 meters, the eye is going to blend everything together anyway.
That's right. Well, it's especially when you start moving into realism, the trappings are that you want to represent. Some people get caught in the tech skills to be able to represent something photographically, rather than remembering that it is a painting.
Right.
And I see people get caught in that
Yes.
little trap, and yes, it is a seductive trap, because you get so caught up in the fact that you're not working on the areas that you need to reduce. Like Alex Toth said, he spent half of his career putting in detail, and the second half of his career deciding what to take out. And I think it reminds me a lot of that, because I just think of, as a painter, you think, well, I know I can. It's got to learn the subtleties of the art of reduction, and I'm at a point in my life painting now where I don't want it to look like a photo. I want it to look like a painting.
Right.
I want it to feel. I want people to feel the brushstrokes. I want to see the energy and the expression in it.
Right.
Because otherwise, you can put a photo on the wall.
That's
just
right.
do that. So yeah, absolutely. I think that's important. So it's less about a depiction of reality rather than creating a new reality within the work.
Correct. I told her that it was she should approach it from the angle of, you're trying to give the viewer a secondhand experience, right? Something that you've
Yes,
experienced firsthand. You want to give them enough information to where they can experience it secondhand.
correct.
And once she was able to like see that, dude, it was like she was able to make the connection. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
she did an
absolutely.
amazing job.
Lance just asked a question. Will, are the art programs in danger of having funding cut like they are in the US or school districts? It's not as immediate as the US. Like, I know in the US, governments can just come in and shut a school down if it's underperforming. I suppose, like anything, it's, for the most part, art, music, and drama classes are the most expensive, because you're not dealing with a program as such. You're dealing with something beyond the program. You're dealing with the expansive mind. and you're dealing with in a world of the imagination and building and encouraging imagination. So, although there are curriculum benchmarks you must always meet, it kind of bounds away from that in the sense that it's kind of what people need now more than anything, I feel. And so I think, it's a case where they won't always cut the program unless there is a lack of numbers. But the data is showing strongly this year in our school that our electives, because your kids can elect into it rather than it be compulsory, especially at year 9, which is 15-year-olds in the States. We've got higher numbers than we've ever had because kids are choosing that to wind down a bit, I think, from the stresses of what's going on in the world. So it's encouraging. But yeah, we don't kind of fit the same model of cutbacks, only if the numbers are not choosing the elective, because they won't justify paying a teacher for one that doesn't have the enrollments. I think that answers the question.
Yeah.
I think. It's yeah, it is what it is. I've got to not get caught noodling Hawkwoman's mask here, Kenny, because it's fun to do. It's fun to do.
Not the noodle. Not the noodle.
Not the noodling. And I'm not even concerned that you haven't started painting yet, because I've seen you bang out that painting and get caught up real quick. So I'm just moving ahead in a mild panic to try and get ahead of Kenny. mild panic.
Oh yeah, I'm pulling out the graphite right now, and
yeah.
I got my water, my brush is ready.
Yes, sir. I've just got the Chris Borman question mark rattling in my brain. One and done in this session, boys. Really? So ambitious.
I think that was an attack.
The fools.
That was an attack.
so naive.
Chris says, I recently found out that my local school district.
Oh, that's terrible.
Music. That is terrible.
That's terrible. I don't know if it's the same in America, but we're having issues with actually getting teachers. Like, there's a big teacher shortage in this country. And they've known it's been coming for a while and didn't do much about it. And so now we're kind of living in the era of that. That on top of the fact that they probably should be paying teachers and nurses, police officers, all those government workers way more than they are in this country. I can't speak to the States because I don't know what the pay is like in the States for government workers, but there's certainly, I think someone did the math the other day.
Oh yeah, no, we're going through the same thing over here.
Yeah. There's someone did the math the other day that teachers are paid 44% lower than what they should be in terms of inflation.
Mm-hmm.
So they just haven't kept up with cost of living. They haven't thought about it. Everything kept going up and they didn't make the pay the same. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next few years. We might be teaching art via live stream, Kenny, just so people can get art.
That's it.
So welcome back to the drawing board, everyone. This is how we're going to do it from now on.
That's it.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that Hawk Girl helmets.
All right. Let's get some. Where's my big brush? Big brush going. Big brush. Big brush. All right, switching that around a little bit. Let's grab a little bit of this ink.
Plus, I've got all the wings to do, so I expect you'll probably lap me very quickly.
Oh, no, because I've added so many little details, I think I'm going to spend a lot of time just kind of pulling out some of the finer details that I added into the foreground.
Yes.
Kenny needs
Plus the bike.
right
Let's not forget
catch
about
up. Chris, why you messing with me today, Chris?
Chris is onto it. Chris is onto it.
Why are you
I
messing
feel
with
like
me?
if we ever had a production assistant, it would be a production manager. It would be Chris Borman.
Chris is messing with me today.
Well, we certainly missed you last week, Kenny. That's for sure.
Man, they had me hostage. They had me hostage.
Yeah.
You know, and if I would have said no, man, I would have gotten dirty looks for the week.
You would have got deleted.
Oof. The rest of the week, they wouldn't have let me live that down at all.
Oh, there you go. Chris is. He's under you.
There you go. There you go. But no, man, we're back. We're kicking. You know,
we're rolling. And next week we'll finish Tila.
Yes, next week Tila wraps. Monday for Lead Poison, I'm doing The Witcher, fighting Leshen.
So for those who don't know, Lead Poison, that's your Monday night sketch show that you're running.
Yes.
Where you've been working through commissions, haven't you?
Yes, indeed.
And you did Sue Storm, was it? And Colossus,
I did Sue Storm,
Magneto
last week. Yep.
Magneto. Yep.
Fun stuff.
I do try to chime in when I can.
Havoc.
Yeah, Havoc was great,
and it's appreciated because it's appreciated because I know that it's Tuesday morning for you.
It's right. It's just about when I'm teaching, so I kind of have it on in quiet in the background. So I'll just jump back and comment every now and then. But it's going. But it's just good to support each other. You know, that's what we do. That's what we do here in Back to the Drawing Board.
That's what we do. What we do.
What it is. All right. Just got those weird mask things where they hang down like fangs almost.
Right.
I do like it. I do like the costume design.
What do you think of the costume design from the new Superman movie?
Yeah, look, here's my feeling is that they get too armored with the Hawk characters. They get too armory. Right. And I get it. They're supposed to be warriors from Thanagar, blah, blah, blah. But I kind of like the Cubit design where it's very light. They still look tough and badass, but it's basically just like Hawkman's got the bandolier straps and Hawkwoman's just got a thin shirt that goes over her. So I kind of like that lightness of it. I think it gets. Right. It's kind of like when they. Yeah, I didn't really need to see the new 52 Superman armored outfit. Like, it doesn't. Why do you need armor? Like, can we just go with the.
Right.
The flamboyance of a light outfit. You know, I don't need to see it steeped in too much reality.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I agree. Get some of these.
Might give her a little bit of trickle. So we're going give her a bit of trickle of blood out of the mouth, maybe. How about that? A bit of post-battle.
Ooh, there you go. Now you're leaning into the spirit of things.
Don't want to look too clean.
You know, thinking about this, right? Thinking about this, like I wondered, right, if he's got a skull for a head, right,
Yes.
And
Oh,
clearly
here we
there
go.
is
Here goes the rabbit hole. Here we go.
clearly, right? He's got arms and legs, right? Because he's filling out the outfit.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever seen battle damage where like there's like a hole in the pants, a tear in the jacket to where we can see. You know what I mean? Like
Dr. Phosphorus
he
has got, you can see his chest and stuff like that. But we
right?
don't really
Like, is
see
he a
that
man under there? Like,
because he's
is
filled
it
out the
flesh?
suit. He fills out the suit. Like you see him walking around and stuff. Like, but is he bone with energy around him? Like, what's the deal?
Right. Because I know that there was
Is he a man? Is he a man under there?
Is he a man under there? Like,
Mister, are you a man under there?
you know what I'm saying? Because I know that with the prehistoric Avengers, right?
Right.
There was a caveman version of Ghost Rider.
Cool.
Where he did have like a body like Conan,
Yep.
the Barbarian, right? But his head would it would just be a flame, right? Like it would be the skull that would be like engulfed in flame.
Okay. That's weird. That's
It is.
Yeah, that's weird.
And I wasn't privy to this information until like I got commissioned to do a sketch card of that particular version of Ghost Rider, because the client like was collecting every iteration of Ghost Rider that ever existed in the comic canon.
Okay, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so
that's a fun project.
Yeah, it like forced me to go through a lot of Ghost Riders, like different variations. Like I didn't know that there was a female Ghost Rider. There was the
truck driver one, the car one.
There was the shoot, I forgot his name.
It's the horse riding one, the Western
There's
one.
the horse riding one. There's the one from Prohibition, from the Prohibition days, like the Untouchables.
Ooh, I did not know that.
Yeah, he's got a specific name. Hold on, I think it was the G-Man Ghost Rider.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, right, because he wouldn't be running the liquor. He's the one chasing them. Yeah.
Yes. G-Man Ghost.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Undead G-Man is his name. Undead G-Man from Earth 61610.
Nice.
Because he like uses a ton, but he's got the fedora in the suit.
Yes.
The Undead G-Man. So I had fun, like just kind of doing the deep dive of all the different Ghost Riders and
So the big question is, Kenny, should I update our wheel to have some of those other Ghost Riders in there? Is it too much?
No, not at all.
Because I had the Western one in there. I had the original Western Ghost Rider, but I don't have those other ones. We've already got 350 characters.
No, I think we're in a good space. I don't think we're gonna run out of like material anytime soon.
Yeah.
Should something else like pop up in the near for this, that you think would addition to that, we can update it.
You can always update it.
But variety is the spice of life, no?
My boys were good. I sort of ran the list past them, and they're like, "Yeah, what about that one? And what about this character?" And because they're all about the Marvel superheroes at the moment, they're collecting the Marvel Legends, and so they're all about it. So it's been good to run that list past them.
Because we could throw in like movie monsters in there, right? Like the Predator.
I haven't thought about that. Alien, Predator. Terminator,
Yeah.
RoboCop.
Oh yeah. That would be fun as hell, dude. Like, those would be great additions to kind of just, mix it up.
Yeah. RoboCop, Terminator. I'm just writing it down. Terminator. I did have
fun
have some of the other like cartoon characters and stuff. I had some of those in there too, which is good.
Yeah.
Just keep growing and growing.
I like it.
Now,
kind of
Hawk Woman. Should I give her? Should I give her the round pupil or the slit pupil like a hawk?
I say go with the slit.
Yeah, the original cubit sort of slit.
Yes,
I think.
Slit pupil.
I'll do it.
So all I'm doing right now is just kind of dropping in some gray values using an ink wash sort of technique here, right? Sort of like putting a black and white filter image before dropping any color values and any like definitive blacks.
I saw a painting that David Finch was doing the other day where he was doing Conan and he put in the gouache wash first and then worked over it with black and white pencil and brown and orange pencil.
Oh.
So yeah, different way of doing it.
Look at that. My boy Dave getting creative.
I don't mind doing a bit of embellishment with pencil, but I'm a bit of a annoying purist when it comes to painting.
Yeah. I think that's just him kind of like crawling back into a safe space.
Yeah. And he finds his way, finds his way through it. It's great that he's open to trying different stuff.
Which is the whole idea.
Yeah.
Right? You kind of want to, problem solve your way through the work.
Yes.
Build up that muscle.
Indeed. You've got my kids saying it like you now because they watch the live stream. They go, indeed. My little daughter, who's like 8, 9 years old, indeed.
I love
with a man voice. She puts the man voice on. Indeed, Dad. Indeed. It's funny.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was playing. I was trying to play Marvel Legends the other day, trying to give it a go, and I just kept getting wiped out by Black Panther. And my kids go, "That's." They said, "That's Kenny, isn't it?" Kenny's killing you every time.
Oh no, Black Panther is he
runs around like the Flash. I just keep getting wiped out.
Yeah, because a lot of his moves in Rivals are like they're meant to disrupt, right?
Yeah, it did work.
So like, yeah, he's like Spider-Man, right? So like a really good Spider-Man will get into the back line, disrupt like the formation, and then get out.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So I know what you mean.
in Rivals, I main Punisher. I main Punisher, Hawkeye,
Black Widow?
and Iron Man, right? But depending on the team composition, if we need a tank, I run Magneto.
Yep. Okay.
He's my go-to tank. And if we need like a healer or some support, I'll either do Mantis or Rocket.
Right.
But yeah, like, and I recently picked up Wolverine. Wolverine is fun.
Yeah, my kids like playing
Wolverine is designed to get in your face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because he's the anti-tank.
Yes.
He's designed to like grab the tank and like push him back towards your team so that you can like finish him off.
Right.
And like the damage output that he does scales along with the tank's health pool. So like the stronger the tank, the more damage he deals.
Right. That's cool.
Who I absolutely despise in the game, or at least playing against in the game, is the Scarlet Witch.
Right. And Hella's pretty hardcore too.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. The bane of my existence.
Yeah.
Right?
They whip out some spell or something and just delete you. It's just gone.
Because Hella's almost an unfair character, right? In the sense that in her team up, she basically like gets all her health back and she can respawn Thor or Loki.
Right.
So like if you notice the next time you play against a Hela, right? And you knock out a Thor or a Loki, like if you knock out Thor, you'll see Mjolnir still on the playing field.
Ah, right, okay.
Right? So every time Hela like does a kill or makes a kill, she can bring you back from the underworld.
Right. I hate
so
that.
Like, yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of the little mechanics are very clever. I will say.
Yeah.
Very clever
stuff. I struggle with the anime voice going all the time. That gives me a headache.
Oh yeah.
The loud background screechy voice. I'm like,
stop them.
So you're giving old man a headache over here, like.
You can turn it off in the settings. You can turn her off.
Oh, can you? Oh God, I'm doing that.
Yeah. You go into the settings. You can turn her off.
My kids go, Dad, can you play someone instead of Punisher or Captain America? I'm like, that's where I'm at.
Captain America is a really good tank.
Yeah.
He's a really good
I was
tank,
playing Iron Man when I first started it because he said I could figure it out at a distance, you know?
Right.
But I'm all about the Punisher. I love the Punisher.
Yes, definitely Punisher, right? Winter Soldier is also a really, really good DPS.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's good at closing distance. He's good at like pulling, like with the grapple hook technique. He's good at like separating all the healers from the rest of the team. And his pistol is really good up close.
Yes. And Punisher's got that big turret that he whips out, which is fantastic.
Oh yeah, and
I love deleting people.
I didn't know it, but the turret can absorb ultimates.
Oh, okay.
So like, say for example, Storm is about to do her ultimate. If you pull out the turret, it's gonna basically tank the ultimate and cancel out her ultimate, but it will also cancel out the turret.
Okay.
But at the very least, you know what I'm saying? Like Magneto's ultimate absorbs other ultimates that have been triggered.
Right.
You know,
I'm
so
with
you could be like strategic with it. It's a really fun game.
I'm not quite at that point of strategic. I'm just running in and just blowing the hell out of everything.
No, like at the very beginning, I was put off by the art style.
Yeah, I do battle with that a bit. That was my feedback when they asked me what I thought of the game. I said, can we have it like Marvel Ultimate Alliance style? That would be better. You know, where it's more comic based.
Yeah, let's bring back Ultimate Alliance.
I love that game. That was the best game.
You know what I mean? Oh, 100%. 100%. My cousin and I still play the game.
Yeah, you can't get it on the PlayStation. We still play the
game to try and get the other little endings, right? Because you know how like when you make it to the end, the Watcher.
Yes.
Yeah, you get all the costumes, and like the Watcher tells you like what are the consequences from some of your decisions.
Yes.
Because
and also too, there's so many little things like unlocking comic book covers and alternate costumes, and that was fun. And when you teamed up with the characters, if it aligned with the team up in the comic book, you got bonuses.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that was great fun.
You know, more of that.
More of that, less of everything else.
Indeed. Indeed.
Indeed. Great. My kids are doing it. Little Dulcie running in the room going, indeed. Hilarious.
That's awesome. I love that. And how's your son?
He's good. He's good. He's back working. Got a car now, so I don't have to drive him to work anymore. So that's good. So he's doing the thing.
Good.
All right, I think Hawkwoman's face is nearly finished. Now I can move on to her body. Just putting a little bit of lips.
Nice.
Good thing about this 6-inch scale, or 5-inch scale, is that the detail is not as big and cumbersome as the He-Man ones.
Right.
You sort of get through it a bit quicker, which is good. It's still got its own trickiness. It's kind of like doing little trading cards, but it's not quite as big as the He-Man ones.
No.
What have you got left on Tila to do next week, Kenny?
On Tila, let's see. We'll look at it right now. So looking at Tila right now, almost there. Yeah. I want to soften some of these shadows.
Yep.
So it's a bit more delicate.
Yep.
Right. Just really like noodling in some of the skin tone.
Yep.
And then dropping some of the shadows in the fur.
Are you gonna rockify that rock a bit more? Like, are you gonna noodle on that?
Yeah. I'm gonna like sort of like rough out some rougher textures in the rock.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna switch to a flat brush because I've been using like round ones, so I can get like some nice angled planes in the shape language.
Yes. Awesome. I've only got a bit of armor and sword, I think, to do. Yeah, I've only got a bit of armor and sword left to do on mine.
Oh, that's nice.
So I've got the inside shield, gauntlet, headpiece, and sword, but all the other parts are done. Like that was last week's battle ram, and so that's all finished now. So now it's just a case of finishing that top end, you know.
I like that groove.
You like that? The channel?
Yeah. That came out nice.
Thanks, man. And then then just the gemstones in her clothing there I've got to do as well. But yeah, just a little bit of here and there. But I think the main parts are done, really. I might be able to start sketching up Zodak.
Okay.
Which I hope. All right. So if you're joining us for the first time, we are now in 2 hours already.
Oh, okay.
Back to
Not
the
too
drawing
bad.
board. Yeah.
Not
All right.
too
Clicking
bad.
on all right. This is the first episode or first round of Invictus, our Battle Series challenge. And Kenny's working on Ghost Rider, which will eventuate into Gouache.
Yes.
And I'm doing Hawk Girl, Hawk Woman. And I originally thought we were going to do it fairly generic in terms of the battle, but I like the idea that we've done a bit of an overlap between the two of us.
Yes.
Which means eventually we go to print, they could have opposite pages.
That's right. But some book.
What was that, Kenny?
Grab
Sorry.
a bit of this blue, a little bit of white. No, they can have like some visual bookends, right? Like
Yes.
some side by side visuals here.
Indeed.
Some of this. Indeed.
Indeed.
That made my night. That made my night.
Hilarious. All right, so
To make this a bit darker, I need this to be darker. Let's add a little purple.
So I did put in some of the on our list, some of the lesser known indie characters too, like American Vampire.
Okay.
I've got Hellboy
Nice.
on there. Some of the different, Constantine.
Yeah.
Constantine, how we want to pronounce
it.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, man. Just, a nice little mix. Something to kind of switch it up a little bit.
Something a little bit different.
I'm a fan of the deep cuts.
Yes. Well, I've got variant costume ones too. Like I've got a Kingdom Come bunch, and I've got obviously their standard outfits, Dark Knight, as well as Dark Knight Returns, as well as not normal Batman. So yeah, so it should be fun. We'll see what we can come up with.
Very nice, very nice. So I'm laying in a bit of some of what I like to call like some gunmetal blue.
Yes.
For the jacket. And giving it a bit of a light wash. I'm going to pull out some of these darker blacks with a bit of ink.
Yep.
And let's get these flat areas here.
Just going to adjust my camera around a bit.
Get some of this cooler shadow at the base of this forearm. Let's see. Let's get a bit of this white. I want to get that nice sort of like cool gray.
Bit of Payne's gray.
Yeah, for the pants. Some of this. A bit of that. got to be warmer. I need a little bit of brown. Warm it up a little bit. Okay, that'll do. Just kind of drop that in there. A little bit of gray.
All right, change size. I'll move up a brush size. I think start whacking in some of that skin tones on her body.
Very nice. You're ahead of me.
I'm looking at those wings though. Like looking at those wings. Gonna take a bit.
Oh no, that's the noodle trap.
Yeah, that's right.
That is the noodle trap.
I find when you're on the edge of doing something you know is going to be a bit of a battle, you get stuck in the noodle.
Yep.
You think, I know I'm going to do those wings. I'm just going to play here for a bit, you know.
That is the noodle trap.
Indeed. Indeed.
Indeed. So I think that is a good sort of like warm gray.
Yep.
Now let's push in some of this fire. I like using a lot of browns in my fire.
Do you?
I do. I like using a lot of browns in my fire.
Yeah. I tend to always
I'll do a bit of the lemon yellow just to.
Oh yes, the lemon yellow and white for the center part. Yep.
Okay, I'll do. Yeah, just to kind of like start it off.
Yeah.
And then go into like some browns.
Now, what do you believe for Hawk Girl? Do you believe that these wings are attached to a suit, or is something else going on there?
No, I think they're on her back. Like,
really,
they're part of the anatomy, for sure.
So how do you operate your museum when you've got these massive wings tucked under a shirt? Like, how does that work? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's a good question. That's a good question.
No one's asking questions like, "Hey, Carter, no offense, but you know, what's going on with your wings? What's going on with the giant wings sticking out of your back?" No offense, of course, no offense.
Of course. Yeah, see, this is no one's asking questions.
You know, you're dropping feathers all on the floor. Like, come on, man! Like, and how hard would that be to sleep? Are you trying to sleep with the wings on the back? You know,
maybe
it's not going to be into a pillow for later. Like, I don't know, man. How hard would it be to sleep? Imagine having a shower. You can't have a shower. That's stinky. It take forever for the wings to get dry. That would be a hard thing to approach in your first date with someone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're all getting along. Listen, there's just something I want to say.
So you probably noticed that I got, these large wings on my back.
I'm not good, and I'm not from Earth. Just saying. A couple of things.
Not
just a
sure
couple
if
of
that's going to be a deal breaker for you.
Yes.
Not sure if that's going to be a deal breaker or not.
We have kids one day that might have wings.
Just saying. Just saying.
Yes. Chris
They may
Borman
have
wants
hollow
to
balls
know
nuts.
what kind of paint you're using. What kink of paint you're using. That's interesting. I think you meant what kind of paint you're using.
What or like what kind? I'm using.
Yeah.
I'm starting off with watercolor, and then I'm jumping into gouache for heavier tones. Like that's kind of been like my method for like the past few Masters of the Universe pieces. I'll lay down a really light wash of watercolor and let that set, so I have a little more bite, like a little extra bite for the gouache to cling on to.
Yeah.
And then that's when I'll use like a heavier ratio of paint to water, so that I get like those nice dense values. But with fire, we still want a little bit of transparency, right? Like a little bit of that stained glass kind of quality.
Little bit.
Yeah. So even with this ochre, I'm gonna reflect some of those values on the skull itself.
Yeah.
And hit some of these little embers on the outside. And get the edges of the jacket for that reflective light. Now, and this I find like painting fire so fun.
Right. It is
Like,
fun.
it's meant to be energetic. It feels really free to
Yeah.
like sort of like pull, those values in the direction of the fire wave.
Yes. And it's a good one too to show movement in your painting. Like you can, if you've got
Absolutely.
like wind, or you've got some sort of damage, you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good that way. Just adjusting my mount a little bit. Just excuse me for a minute. My camera mounts.
Yes, sir.
There we are. So, what do you think about the latest Superman trailer, Kenny?
I dig it.
Yep.
I'm digging it. I'm feeling very optimistic about it. James Gunn looks like he's respecting the IP.
Yeah.
He's not, and he's kind of borrowing from some existing storylines.
Yep.
So
And characters. Yep.
Yeah, and character looks.
Yep.
So I feel like totally like I feel good about it. Like I'll be in the theaters. I'm totally gonna watch that in the theaters.
Yeah. Do you think Marvel is starting to panic a bit that DC's worked it out, perhaps.
Of course. I mean, they brought back RDJ for Fantastic Four.
Yeah. Yes.
They're 100% panicking. They like canceled a bunch of stuff. They like I saw recently that they canceled Armor Wars.
Oh, really?
They canceled Armor Wars because of how poorly Secret Invasion was received.
Right.
So the premise was that the Armor War was going to tie back into the imposter Rhodey.
Right. Okay.
How like James Rhodes was secretly a Skrull this whole time, right?
Okay. Yeah.
and it was gonna tie like the imposter would have set some things in motion.
Yep.
That would have kind of triggered the Armor Wars, right? And then
Yes.
that like obviously that would have like involved like Riri Williams, the real James Rhodes, and any remnants of like Tony Stark's tech.
Right.
So
all of that stuff
that's been shut.
Could have had the potential to be awesome. Like they could have had like almost treated it a bit like V or the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They could have done a really good job with it.
Oh, 100%. 100%. That I don't see. The thing is that I don't think Marvel or the showrunners are truly understanding what they have in their IPs right now, right? Like reading the Secret Invasion story arc.
Yeah.
Like it had a horror sort of like quality to it.
Well, you remember the advertising for it? Remember it had like "Who do you trust?" And face that was green, and it had that real kind of feeling of The Thing where you don't know who's been replaced and who hasn't.
Exactly.
Who can be trusted?
Like,
but they
being
failed
like
to
a whole espionage thing, like they could have leaned heavily into the horror element.
Yeah.
So that was just a missed opportunity.
Yeah. Say it indeed. Copyright Kenny Calderon. 2025. Indeed. No, I totally agree. There hasn't been much out of that studio that I've really enjoyed lately. But to be honest, out of the Marvel studio,
no, that's why I'm looking forward to Daredevil.
Yeah, I've been rewatching Daredevil actually. It's been good.
Good, yeah. Daredevil, like it looks good.
Although I got to admit, the Fantastic Four stuff looks pretty good. I like that. Up. Yes, I think so. Yeah, the FF stuff looked good because it looked like a nice period piece where they're honoring
like
the characters.
It's got that mid-century.
Yeah. It looked good, and the costumes look good. Galactus was it all looked good.
Yeah. And the cast, I looked at the cast listing. It looks pretty good. John Malkovich is in there.
Yes, can't go wrong with that. He's like the modern day Gene Hackman. You can't go wrong with the John Malkovich.
Yeah. Of course. I
love Gene Hackman.
I think he's going to be. Well, they haven't revealed it, but based on what I saw, what's confirmed to appear in the film is we're gonna get obviously Galactus. We're gonna get the female Silver Surfer. I forgot her name. Potentially Nova. Not Nova. What's this? She was a Herald of Galactus.
Oh,
the gold one. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about the fire one.
Yeah, she has the fire hair.
That was Johnny Storm's girlfriend, wasn't it? Frankie, what it was that became Nova. I think when Galactus invaded. Yeah, if I remember the comics correctly. Yeah, she had the fire hair.
Yeah.
Where's the vet when you need her? Come on.
Let's see. Was her name Nova? I want to say her name was Nova.
I gotta say, Kenny, I'm enjoying this small scale. I'm enjoying the small scale.
The small scale, like, yeah, dude, because it's like we're banging it out.
But it's kind of fun. It's like you're playing on an action figure a bit, you know? It doesn't feel like I'm doing a large painting so much.
Airwalker, Fire Lord, he was cool.
Are you going through the cast list?
No, I'm going through the list of heralds that Galactus.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Terrax was awesome. He was.
See, that's some we don't have on our list. We don't have the heralds. I should put some of the heralds.
Yeah,
Silver Surfer. Yes, I should put them on our list.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I like that.
I've got your typical, Silver Surfer, but I don't have those other ones. I'll have to put them on our list.
Yeah, because he had a pretty chunky list of heralds.
Yeah. Chunky. I did put Mongol on there because you wanted Mongol. I've got him on there.
Yes.
I don't have much. I've got Darkseid. I don't have much of the Kirby verse.
Like a New Gods and
yeah, such. I don't know them very well. I didn't have Granny Goodness and people like that, but we can.
We can put Orion in there. Orion is pretty badass. I like Orion.
I did have Mr. Miracle. That's probably the closest I can.
Ooh, yes. Yes, Mr. Miracle is a must. Mr. Miracle, we could do the Furies.
Yes.
The Furies were always really, really interesting. Alongside Big Barda.
Yep.
Kirby came up with some good stuff. He was a bit of a madman, but good stuff nonetheless.
I love that madness, sir.
Indeed.
Oh.
Indeed.
It's going to become a drinking game. Every time he says, "Indeed, folks, you have to have a drink."
Yeah. That's it.
All right.
That's it. Dry this brush a little bit so I could pull some of that white back.
Okay. Getting a bit of
some good fire going. Got some highlights.
I keep getting distracted. I keep getting distracted with you painting. That looks good. He looks.
Thank you. Look, I've been like locking myself in the painting dungeon, just watching different artists paint.
Yeah.
And it's really like I've developed a real love for this. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think you got it, don't you? Like you've really got to be in love with the medium because it can be unforgiving at times. You really got to. You got to fall in love with a passion as to what it is,
Absolutely. That one of my favorite things right now is like mixing color.
Oh yeah.
Right, to get certain tones.
Yep.
That's one of my favorite things to do right now. Let's get some of this. This black. Throw it in with a bit of the blue.
So I suppose I'd put this out to our audience as well. Like if there are characters that you love that maybe we haven't got on the list yet, and it's too big of a list to show. It's like a few hundred. If there are characters that you want to see us draw, we'll put them on the wheel of death.
Yes.
The Invictus wheel. Put them in the mixer.
The wheel of death.
Of death. Like, I don't know if I have all of the iterations of Robin, for example. Like, I've got Nightwing, but I don't have, Tim Drake.
Yeah, there's been a few of them. I mean, we could throw some of the girls in there too, like Julie Brown.
Yep. The girl from Dark Knight Returns. What's her name? Carrie? Is it Carrie? I can't remember.
Yes, Carrie. I forgot her name. She's the mute one.
Oh.
She wears the Batman outfit that's like all black in the face.
I don't think I've seen that one.
She's the Asian one.
Okay.
Let's pull up Bat family members. That should be faster.
Sorry? When you find out what it is, just shoot it through me when you found it, and we'll put it on.
Yeah, Bat family. Yeah, because we can do tons of people. Like, why limit ourselves?
Indeed.
To the chaos.
Sky's the limit.
Yep. Indeed.
10-year-old daughter saying it to me in my ear while I'm painting. Indeed, father.
Now I'm gonna push some cooler gray values into the motorcycle in the back. I'm gonna break it up with some negative space because I want to get like that dust, smoky sort of vibe.
Yep.
Emanating from back there, so that when I drop in some of the air contrasting or the more opaque values on Ghost Rider, it's gonna like pull him forward.
Nice. That'll be good.
It's gonna be good.
It'll be good. It's gonna be good. And so I don't remove the names from the list as we spin it. So we could, by rights, you could get Hawk Girl next week. You never know. So that way there's probably a very high chance we won't ever bump into each other again in terms of the same characters, but we could get repeat ones throughout somewhere, depending on the wheel. The wheel decides.
We are at the mercy of the wheel. Let's pull some of that up. It's pretty good. Oh, my sinuses.
Messing with you a bit?
They are. Spring is in the air.
Oh, of course, yes. We're still pushing through summer. This is our hottest week on record, I think, for the summer so far.
Really?
Coming? Yeah, it's always late January we get smashed.
Yeah.
So I might make her just to mix it up a bit.
Here we just had a cold front in Miami.
Oh, did you? Yeah, so there you go. It does go away, doesn't it?
Yeah. We had record lows.
Yep.
And in northern Florida, it snowed.
Wow.
It was something else to like see the news like broadcasting live from one of the beaches in northern Florida and have the sand covered in a thin layer of snow.
Yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it?
Dude, crazy.
Love it. Nothing like a bit of a change. I love it.
A little bit. You know, a lot of the Floridians down here had their opportunity to, you know, wear their heavy coats and the Uggs.
And you coming from New York were like, ugh, really?
Like, this is springtime.
I moved all this way and it's followed me.
This is springtime in New York.
What are you doing? Yeah.
You know?
Do you get back to New York very often, Kenny? Or is it just a thing in the past?
No, I haven't been back since my mom like moved. Because I used to go back about twice a year ever since I left. Right.
Yeah.
And after I had my son, my mom bought a house in Jacksonville in northern Florida to, you know, obviously be closer to the grandchild.
Yep.
And yeah, I haven't been back since. I think I went back. I went back in 2018 for a convention.
Okay.
And like that was my first time back in quite a few years, and like I haven't been back since 2018.
Right.
I want to go back.
Was that New York Comic Con or?
No. It was a smaller show in Manhattan called 5 Points. It was more of a toy and collectibles show.
Ooh. Like that.
So yeah, they had a lot of toy vendors there. Obviously, like people selling comics and selling artwork. So it was good, quite good. Let's see here. Let us add. Let us create the infamous copper tone brown.
The much revered and talked about in hushed circles.
Indeed. Let's get some of this.
The much
coveted brown going.
Coveted copper tone brown.
Let's wake up this paint a little bit.
The funny thing is, I actually call that in class too when we're mixing that brown up. I said, "This is called copper tone brown." They go, "Really? Why?" I said, "Because." Don't ask God why He made a tree. It is just the way it is. Just accept it.
It is what it is. Accept it.
Keep your wonderments to yourself, child. It is what it is.
All right. That's looking good. Actually, I can use a bit more brown. Let's get a bit more blue in there. There we go.
Let's put a bit of damage on Hawkgirl's arms. Bit of slash.
Nice.
Bit of slash attack.
Throw that on the ground.
Alrighty. Let's mix up some paint for her belt. And
these are cranking right now.
Oh, okay. So she's got the little hawk. The original picture, I think she's got the Hawk Girl logo, like that he has on his chest plate on her belt. All right. Okay. That's going to be tiny.
Okay.
That could be the end of me.
Oh no, another noodle trap.
It is. I might actually put that in black pencil, I think. But I'll just put the bread in first, just to let that cure for a bit. Because otherwise, you're muddying around your colours. If you know what I mean.
Yes, sir.
I feel like we've lost some of our audience, Kenny. We've gone for a break.
All good. It's all good.
For an ad break. We're going for a famous Kenny sandwich.
All good. So I'm gonna switch back over to my gray wash, so I can pull out, or rather separate some of the steam.
Yep.
Okay. Draw that coming upward a bit. So we get into the fire.
So is your plan, I just need to ask you a question, is your plan for your Ghost Rider, once that wash is settled, to start really thickening up your paint? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Or are you going to keep it washy?
No. It's going to get thick.
Yeah.
Because I like, it's Ghost Rider, so like we gotta have like those high contrast, like black leather.
Yeah.
Values,
the shiny leather. That's a noodle trap, isn't it? Doing all the shiny leather.
A little bit. A little bit.
The noodle trap.
Right. But I
the
also
struggle is
want,
real.
like, that dusty, steamy, like, sort of environment around them.
Yeah.
That I may smudge some ink, so I get like the puffy ink values, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Jim Lee it up a little bit.
I'll be interested to see how you do that.
It's one of my favorite things to do, in fact.
Yes.
One of my favorite things to do. Because one of the things that I picked up also is using this old makeup, like, blending brush.
Uh-huh.
So this little thing, when I want to smooth out like wet edges, it gives me a nice, like, cloudy effect.
Is that what you use with the tissue when you lift off the inks, or is that different?
It's kind of like that, but, like, for example, like when I'm doing it on the cards, I use this as opposed to the tissue.
Right.
So while the ink is still wet, I'm able to just kind of like brush it out, and it comes out really smooth and blurry.
Nice. So a bit of a soft lens kind of look.
Yes, exactly. I'm gonna push some of that around Ghost Rider's head, so that I have an excuse to come back through there with my white.
So I laid down with the pants. I laid down a scarlet color.
Yeah.
Just as a bit of a wash, and now I'm moving over it with primary cadmium red, just to give it a little bit of strength to that.
That's nice.
Just gives it a little bit more depth to the color. It's pretty hard to see. For some reason, my camera makes the contrast quite dark, but it's actually the red on this is quite bright.
Fantastic. I like that.
Yeah, so there we go. It's a bit of a brighter finish from the scarlet.
That's great. Absolutely.
It's fun doing those reds, isn't it? It's very few times you can do things like that unless you're in the comic sort of stuff, you know?
Yeah. Let's see here. I think we can start pushing in some deeper, some darker values. Let's get smaller brush. Start here. These, yeah, dude. The chain here. Might be a little too thick.
So a bit of a shout out to our friends Rob and Maura Powers, Kenny, for this week. They are going to be hosting some live sales on their whatnot of their art.
Good.
And other people's art. Do a bit of a fundraiser for them, the family. So if you are about collecting original arts, please show them a bit of love. Jump on their channels. They're doing some good stuff over on Whatnot. Def Shogun.
Yes. Def Shogun on all platforms, especially on Whatnot.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Def Shogun and family.
To the man who has a name that I always wish I had as a teacher.
Mr. Powers.
Mr. Powers is here.
Yes. I can't help but think of that scene from Austin Powers where the spies trying to kill him on the dance floor.
Yes.
Wrong again, Powers. Right.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
You and I are not that different, Mr. Powers.
Is that the one where he kept ripping he had the skin flakes and he's eating the skin? Is that the one?
Oh, that was Goldmember. That was Goldmember.
Yeah, was that the one on the dance floor?
Can I?
Did he have the
pancake?
Yeah, that's a keeper. Did he have
a waffle?
Did he have the gold roller skates? Oh man!
Where he's got the skin box and he's like, "Save me from myself."
That's a keeper, and he eats them. Oh, it's just terrible.
Yes, it was good. Shocking.
Yes, shocking a waffle. Funny, so funny.
There's no pleasing you. Those movies still hold up.
They do. They do.
That's like one of my favorite, like, just nonsense comedy favorite movies is Kung Pao.
All right. Yes. The guilty
Will,
pleasure.
I know that movie line for line. Okay, line for line. Listen. I've seen that movie more than I've watched 300. Okay,
Wow. Okay.
and I watched the crap out. I think I saw 300 like 5 times in the movie theaters.
Really?
Yeah.
You're a Leonidas
Yeah.
man through and through.
Like in the movie theater, I've seen that. I've seen it like 3, 4, 5 times easily.
Wow.
Right? Because I saw it a few times here in Florida with my cousin. Then
Yep.
that summer, I traveled to New York, right, to visit my mom, and I saw it with a childhood friend of mine at the IMAX theater in Times Square.
Right.
Right, and he was oh, let's go to the movies. Well, I don't know what to watch. I was like, go watch 300. You be disappointed. Right? You know, we gotta go.
That's great.
See 300, and dude, I watched the crap out of 300. But Kung Pao, I saw in the movies twice. Right.
Wow.
Then when the DVD came out, I bought the DVD.
Are you one of these people that buy whatever format it comes out in, you buy it? Are you one of those?
100%. I'm one of those guys.
I'm like that with Star Wars.
And
I don't know how many iterations of Star Wars are. That's funny.
Yeah, like I kept it in the DVD player. Like,
yeah,
that was a staple. Okay. Then when I had my studio, that like, and it's been with me for years, right?
Yep.
Then when I had my studio space in the tattoo shop, you know, on like Fridays, I would pop it on there on at the shop.
It's Kung Fu Day. Yeah.
And yeah, dude, like it was like chosen one, right? And I'm coming, right? And or the pew, right? That like the Betty scene was always like the cut up. Like that was the scene where I would like absolutely lose it.
Yeah.
Where the guy would say, "From this moment forward, you will all refer to me as Betty." Right?
You're ripping out. That's your skeletal influence right there.
And Chosen One comes back with, "Isn't Betty a woman's name?" And then and everybody like stands up like ready to fight. Yeah, I love the crap out of that movie.
I'm gonna have to watch it again just to get the quotes right. I think
you got to, and it deserves like multiple watches because jokes that you'll miss,
right?
that like on the rewatch you'll pick up.
Yeah,
like there's a scene where Betty and a couple of his like thugs are walking back to where they live, and like he's murmuring something he's speaking to his thugs like in a low tone that if you're not paying attention you'll miss the joke. He says, so like he goes, so like you guys want to get a pizza or something? You guys want to scam some chick, right? Like and I never caught that the first time around.
I do love the side conversation that don't mean anything. It's like watching The Office, but with super characters, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. I love that movie so much, and I still do it now. Even like when me and the guys are online playing Call of Duty, I'll like, I'll laugh like Betty. Right?
That's hilarious.
You know, so good. I'm gonna put my son on to Kung Pao when he comes down for spring break. He's gonna cringe. He says, "Dad, what are you making me watch?"
It's always terrible when you wake and watch something older and the jokes don't land like they do with you. You know, that's hard. That's hard. But then sometimes
Yeah,
you'll have
like,
a win. You know, like they'll watch something like I'll watch Young Frankenstein with the kids and they love it. You know, they love it.
Yeah,
That's the movie. That's the movie my kids quote to me all the time.
Because the jokes in that movie are like they work. You know what I mean? They're not dated.
Yeah. No.
You know, so
No,
like you
very
could
good.
play that at any point and like it'll still land. Kind of
Still
like
lands,
Monty
yeah.
Python.
Right.
Like those jokes will always land.
Yeah. I think too, it kind of embeds itself in what your culture is growing up a little bit too. Like my kids loved that Will Ferrell movie Land of the Lost when they were younger, and so they're always saying things like, you know, like they'll say something like, "Oh, that's a bit gay," but they'll go. The other one will say straight away, "Oh, that's great. You mean it is great?" Like straight away. they do the Will Ferrell thing where he doesn't hear the word properly. Yeah, it is great. Showtunes really discuss the human journey through emotion.
See,
Yeah,
it's movies like that. I'm gonna put them on to you know, give these kids
just
culture.
stays in their mind. Yeah.
You know, that like I was almost I was big of a Ninja Turtle fan that he is. He didn't like the OG Ninja Turtle movie.
Oh, really? It's too much?
He didn't like it because he thought he didn't like that you could see the turtle's eyes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right? Like he didn't like that it was like it was too realistic. You know? Not too realistic. He said that like fake. And I was like, of course they're fake, Dominic. Like
you're talking about the cartoon or the movie?
Real life. No, the movie.
Right. Yeah.
The one from like like the early 90s.
The 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like,
and if you didn't grow up
Dad.
with it, it's a hard watch. Like if you didn't grow up with it, it's a hard watch.
It is.
Like it's like
admittedly, it is.
It's tough.
Yeah.
And the effects aren't great. Everything's very rubber suit-ish. They got the spray on muscles like the old Flash costume, you know.
Yeah. He did like the CW Flash show.
Did he? Oh, that's good.
He did like the CW Flash. He was big on Flash for a while.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing I put him on to the Justice League animated show.
Oh, that's an easy win, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, he loved that one.
So has there been any news about the Bruce Timm Batman series ever returning? Because that was good.
The Bruce Timm Batman series, like the original animated series?
No, you know the one we had last year?
Oh, okay. The one that what was that? It was on Amazon, no?
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to do another, because that was great. Yeah, that was fantastic.
I haven't heard anything about it. I mean, especially now with like the whole, Gunverse in DC.
Yes.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, it was a good iteration of Batman. I really liked it.
Yeah. No, it was very, very cool. I dug it.
We back at the drawing board approved that show. I think we'll give it the 5 stars.
Indeed.
We give it the 5 indeeds.
We give it 5 indeeds. Absolutely. We give it the 5 indeeds.
How's that painting come along?
Good. I'm gonna start pushing some more opaque tones into Ghost Rider's jacket. I'm gonna top it off with some Sumi ink, so we get that nice dark black.
Yep.
But I want to get a nice, almost violet in the leather.
That's cool.
Sort of like leaning into the symbiote Spider-Man, how it has the two tones.
Yes. Yep.
So let me test that. Okay, that's good. We'll do that there. There. And here.
I suspect I spent too much time drawing because we're now at the 3-hour mark. Perhaps.
Let's see. Get that in there. So now we know. We gotta, pre-render our composition.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Otherwise, we're not going to get the one and dones completed.
Yeah. So now I'll hit the outside with a bit of purple. I have along the fist here.
Just working on his ripped clothing on her leg. Touch a little bit of blood coming through. It kind of cuts that really sting you, like a bit of sweat runs in there. Annoys you. So is it Royal Rumble Day today, Kenny? Is it the Royal Rumble, WWE?
Is it today?
Day? I think it's today.
I think it's next Saturday.
Is it?
I think it's next Saturday.
Okay.
I believe so. Don't quote me on that.
I'm quoting. I'm doing it.
I've been watching. I've been watching it.
You're quoted. No, I'm doing this today. I'm going to double check. We're going to fact check during the show.
Maybe. Cause I know that they brought back Saturday night main event.
Right.
I'm not certain if it's today or not.
Saturday, 1st of February.
Oh, so it is
6 p.m. It is.
No wonder my cousin hasn't been blowing me up.
That's where our crowd went. The Royal Rumble.
Yeah, because he usually starts texting me around this time, asking me if I'm going to get on Rivals.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever get into the WWE 2K?
Yeah, I think 2K19 was the best one.
Yeah,
because it had like more of the simulation wrestling.
You're right.
And less of the arcadey style wrestling.
Okay.
And I was on that one for like the longest. I made myself, right?
A wrestler.
I made myself as a wrestler.
Why is that always a trap? Why is that always a trap? You got to make your own character, and it's you. I do the same thing.
It's always you. You got to start with you, right?
Like that.
Got to be
authentic. That's you. You just made yourself into a wrestler, but
I always start with myself. I even went on the website and I uploaded a PNG of my Wild Inks logo, and then I put it
That's
on my
hilarious.
T-shirt
That's
as my
commitment.
wrestler.
That's commitment.
Oh, dude! Like listen, I've burned whole nights just creating the wrestler, getting the attire right. The
Yes.
alternate
The walk-in
attire,
song. The walk-in
the
song.
walk-in song, the pyro, and then like the
Oh,
very
man.
next night, it was just the move list.
That's hilarious.
That like I would do the creating of the wrestlers during the week,
Yep.
just so that I can play them on the weekend.
That's hilarious.
That was my go-to thing ever since Create a Wrestler was a thing in those games.
That's what I think the Star Wars games are missing. And
Create a Jedi or a Sith.
yeah, like Knights of the Old Republic was fantastic like that. You can make your own character, personalize it.
That's true. Yeah.
These ones now are very much there's the character like Red Dead. You just follow that character. Like it's
Right.
I'm like, I kind of want a bit more meat in the sandwich, please.
Right.
A little bit more. I'm not interested in playing your narrative character. I want to play my character.
Right. Wasn't there an MMO a few years back where like you could create a character and then like select what
Yes,
your
that was
alignment was?
Star Wars Galaxies. Star Wars Galaxies.
Right.
That was years ago. We're talking like 2002 or something. It was.
Yeah, because wasn't it like how DC Universe Online is right now?
Yes. Yeah. Although I haven't played DC Universe Online in years, I don't know if it's any good anymore. But
they're still dropping content.
Are they?
Yeah, they're still dropping content.
That was Jim Lee's pipe baby, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
When he was doing the gaming at DC.
Yeah. They're still dropping content for it.
Did you play it? Did you play that game?
It was the reason why I bought a PlayStation 3.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. I played the crap out of that game like straight through for like 3 years. Solid.
Yeah, right.
Right? And then when I got my PlayStation 4, I downloaded it on my PlayStation 4 just so I could play it again. Right?
Are you still doing it? Are you still playing it?
No, I haven't played DC Universe Online since my son was I want to say 5.
Right.
Since he was about 4 or 5, I haven't played. But it was like that was my escape. I would get home from a long shift.
Yep.
Fire that up, and then just if I was a villain, I would start trolling the heroes.
Yep.
If I played one of my hero characters, I would play. I would start doing a lot of raids.
Right.
But
did you get a base and all that
like
kind of stuff?
New armor set?
Did you get like a little headquarters and base?
So like, I did. So like one of the characters that I created, he was like he was mentored by Batman, right?
Okay.
And he was an archer.
Yep.
He was an archer. He had an archer fighting style, but he used tech. So he used gadgets. Right. He was a controller. And in the base, like I set up the base to like the top floor of the base, had like a little lounge area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With like couches and house plants, right? and then like the basement of the base like had like my alternate suits. You know what I'm saying? And like a huge computer that took up most of the wall.
Yep. Like a back computer.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I went about as much time as I would spend like creating wrestlers is about as much time as I would spend like hooking up the base.
I'm a bit like that with Conan. Pretty much the same with Conan.
Right, that Exiles game, no?
Yes, yeah, I'm all over that always. That's my happy place.
Nice. So is it similar?
So you completely create your character, like top to bottom,
Mm-hmm.
the way it looks, the size, the build, all that kind of stuff, and then you can
Right.
choose the where your character originates from. So everything from Sumerian to Hyperborean, Catan. So
Nice.
they've got everything from the Oriental areas to African to Egyptian, even Atlantean. So you can sort of choose
Oh,
those old world areas. Yeah, they've done a
right.
lot to it, and there's a lot of building upgrades. So according to where you come from, you can choose the building style when you get to that certain level that reflects that. So you can have a pyramid style, you can have, ancient Argosan or um, looks like an ancient Greece or Roman style. There's lots of options.
Oh,
Um, even a medieval style, the median medieval style. Yeah, so there's lots of
right.
lots of cool things to do it. So you can sit there and just build. You can play like Lego, like building your own castle and all that stuff, or you can go on massive missions and adventures. Um, just
Also,
depends
so
on
it
what type of
does
game you
have
want to
like
do.
a fighting mechanic where you could go out there and just kind
Yes.
of PvP or PvE.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. You choose the world you want to be in, so you can choose to do it offline if you want. I
Uh-huh.
always do mine online, but you can choose to do a player versus just the environment,
Mm-hmm.
where other players can't kill you or destroy your base.
Right.
Um, you can do ones where it's player versus player, where you can pretty much kill them, they can kill you, blow your base up, all that stuff.
Oh
Because you
man,
can build
that's
siege, you can build siege weapons and all of that
uh,
too. Or you
oh,
can
so
do
you
player
you
versus
you like
player
mixing it up.
environment.
You like getting into all the smoke.
Yeah, yeah. So it's fun. So it's you can, and then you can blacksmith. You capture you capture like you go into normal villages that are run by the system, and you
Right.
can capture what they call thralls, that are people that are working on the blacksmithing or the cooking or whatever they're doing, and then you put them on the wheel of pain like Conan was, and then
Oh, awesome.
you break them to become your thrall. So then they work your blacksmith
Nice.
bench or your smelter or whatever it might, or your tannery, whatever you're doing. So yeah, it's addictive. It's really addictive.
The wheel
But
of
yeah,
pain.
the wheel of pain. Put them on the wheel of pain, or the tree of woe.
I like that a lot.
So it's a fun game. It's
The
very
wheel of
immersive. So
pain.
that's why when they bring a Star Wars game, I'm like, why can't you copy that engine? Like, that's clearly a game that's lasted for
Uh,
15 years. You've got a model that it works. Why would you do that? So, I don't know.
right, right.
It's,
I
yeah,
don't know. I guess
it's got a big following.
yeah, because I mean, like it sounds like something that would absolutely lend itself to the Star Wars IP because you could,
Right.
choose to be a Jedi, a Sith, or like a rebel, right?
Yeah,
Like a
a
rogue,
scoundrel or a smuggler or part of the underworld, or you can
right?
be a Jedi. Like, and you can in this too. Like, you can really work towards. They brought out a big download, which was the Age of Sorcery, and you could
Right.
be just focusing on building a sorcerer's world and magic and dark magic and summoning different. Like, you can. There's a circle you build in the temple where you can summon a horse from hell or a rhino from hell, and you can ride
Oh
those in the
wow.
battle. Like, they got Beastmaster areas where you tame animals and they become your companion. So you're running with a giant panther or a wolf in a battle or whatever you might be using. So they've got so many different pathways to it. I don't understand why Star Wars wouldn't have taken that stuff. But anyway,
Oh jeez,
there's
you
options
sold
for
me
them.
on the game.
Yeah, I just love it because I can sit down because I know the game well enough. I can sit down and just play it for half an hour and then
Right.
jump out. Jump out, and
Yeah.
I'm not. You don't really encounter too many idiots on the game. Like, everyone's trying to help each other out, and you team up with
Right.
people and raid a crypt, or there's lots of those kind of missions in there. So,
Right.
and you get and it's it's such a big world that you can choose the environment you want to build your base on, whether you want to go desert based or the jungles, the coast.
Mm-hmm.
You can build in the trees, like your tree building stands. You can do lots of different things. It's, yeah, and it's constantly updating. It's always updating. So there you go.
I remember playing this old Conan game from like I think it was either PS2 or PS3. It was this
Right.
Conan game that came out that played a lot like God of War.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about? Where
Yes, I
like
do. Yep.
you could like do the nasty with like the maiden slave girls.
Yeah, I think it was like
And
2003 or something, wasn't it? It came out 3 or
yeah,
4.
because it was like
I
a quick
remember
time
that.
event, but then like you could pick up
Yeah.
the weapons from like
Yes.
the enemies that you would kill, and you could power stand
Yes.
like your normal sword and then like the enemy sword, and then like it
Yes.
would like change your combos and everything. That was an underrated game.
It was good, and it was kind of like an Assassin's Creed type of engine. Like it's where you could run around a little bit open world-ish, but there's still a storyline to follow. Yeah, I
Right.
remember that.
That Conan was voiced by Ron Perlman. I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one you can't be Conan, of course, but you can meet Conan in the game. He's hanging out in the tavern in this
Right.
desert city, drunk off his head. But yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course. Drinking a big flagon. How's your painting coming? How's Ghost Rider getting there?
We're I think I'm about ready to drop in my blacks.
Yes. The Raider.
So going to get the dip pen ready. Good. Should be good. I'm gonna start from the left. I keep my line work relatively loose.
I'm thinking maybe a little bit of flame coming off the mace as she swings it around. Just a little bit.
Ooh. I do like that. That is a good idea.
A little bit of damage and flame.
Maybe some skull fragment. Or is that too?
Yeah, I've got his skull on the ground, but I don't want it to be obvious. I kind of just want it to be kind of shadow based, but the flame's certainly going to be licking up from that into the skull, showing the sweeping movement a bit.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Like I did with Man at Arms. Remember the Man at Arms one? They had the big mace.
Yeah.
With the flame from the robots. Yeah.
Got a bit of energy in the line of action there.
Yeah, that was fun doing Man at Arms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of excited to get our teeth bit into Zodak a bit, actually. He's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think the Masters of the Universe is easily some of my best work.
Sorry, say that again.
I said that the Masters of the Universe stuff is arguably some of my best work.
Yeah, I think that's a strong argument. I think that's I think it's because we've spent a fair bit of time with it. You know, like we've really sort of got a bit of a rhythm to it now.
Yeah.
In terms of the character, how we're designing the characters and what we're doing, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I still have to go back
that.
and Skeletor.
You know, which one?
Skeletor hasn't finished with me yet. I haven't finished him. I have to go back and finish him off. But he's the only one. All the others are done.
Oh man.
Because it was such a big piece, I had all the background of the castle and.
That's right.
Yeah, he's so big. Yeah, he kind of got bigger than he needed to be, but it's Skeletor. It's hard to not do that.
Sure. Man. Yeah, I think that challenge like really like pushed me out of like a comfort zone to where like I was forced to like think of my approach in a new way.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did put some Transformers in our Wheel of Pain too.
Ooh, I like that.
So I've got some mechs in there.
Very nice. Very nice.
Talking about comfort zones and me. I didn't have many martial arts ones. Like I've got Iron Fist, but if you want me to put in some of the other Marvel ones that they had, like Shang-Chi, and I can, if that's what you want.
Iron Fist has some really good ones, but then there's always like some of the prime members of the Hand.
Yes.
Right.
I've got the Mandarin in. Mandarin's in
there. The Chased.
Yes.
Also, those are some really cool characters, like in the realm of martial arts.
Yep. So shoot me through a list and I'll add them in. It's good to learn.
Oh, absolutely.
And there's ones too, like Swamp Thing and Man Thing, I haven't put in there, but I want to go down the monster sort of avenue a bit.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to. I think the figure's nearly finished for mine. I've just got to do a couple of passovers with the green. It's that gouache, that green gouache bothers me. It just doesn't come out thick enough. And so I need to do a secondary pass over it or even it out with some pencil just to give it that nice feeling to it. But yeah, something about that Viridian type green, it's just a bit too transparent.
Yeah. Do
if you go too thick,
do you shake your tubes before you put them on the palette?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. If I don't, it just comes out as separation liquid. So you have to move the tubes around a bit.
Yeah.
But it's just a pigment for Viridian green. Same with ultramarine blue. Sometimes it comes a bit transparent. You've really got to mix it out into a different thickener, like an opaque color.
Gotcha.
Because if you just keep layering, it just gets very glucosey. You just want to make sure you get a different color over the top of it.
Right.
It's a bit gluey.
I gotcha. Like it's like a little too cool.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So what's the comic news happening at the moment, Kenny? Is there anything going on in the comic world? Yeah.
Comic news.
We're not going to talk about Neil Gaiman, but I'm sure there's some other comic news.
Yeah. We don't need to talk about that guy.
Oh man, that's sad.
That is sad stuff. They always say never meet your heroes, right?
Yeah, right.
No, not too much going on in comic news. I think the biggest stuff right now is the DC Absolute universe.
Yep.
That looks really, really good, really, really promising. And you know me, I'm a DC guy.
Yes.
So like,
I'm with you.
I'll be the first one to be really, really critical if they're churning out like dog water.
Yeah.
You know, but the Absolute Universe looks really good. I picked up Absolute Superman and Absolute Batman. I have yet to pick up Absolute Wonder Woman, but I hear that Absolute Wonder Woman is like reading like God of War.
Really? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so like, yeah, they give her like a edgier, violent uh, take on
Nice.
on her mythos in Absolute Wonder Woman.
Okay.
So it's looking really, really promising. I did have of Absolute Flash. Flash in the Absolute Universe looks a lot like Flash from Kingdom Come.
Oh, really? With the Hermes helmet, the Mercury helmet?
Minus the Hermes helmet, but like the all red with the blur.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, looks a lot like Kingdom Come Flash.
Okay.
So, it's looking really, really promising. Really,
Yeah.
really promising. That DC needed a win in the book.
Well, I think it's probably saved them a bit, to be honest. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's looking a bit grim.
The fact that it's like something outside of the normal canon is what's working for him, right? Like that's almost guaranteed to like get them sales.
Yes.
I understand that there's always going to be like the status quo and so forth when it comes to those books, but I don't think they realize, or if they realize it, they just may be ignoring the fact that those canon books are stifling the creativity of their writers.
Yes.
Because like the Elseworld stories, those Black Label books, those were always best. They always read the best.
Yeah.
And it's basically because the writer has room to really flex their muscles in telling a story.
Right. Yeah. So the canon was
like
weighing it down too much. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the canon was weighing it down too much.
Yeah.
Bring back Elseworld. Bring back.
Yes.
The Black Label ones.
Did I hear that they're bringing back Vertigo? Is Vertigo making a comeback? Did I hear that Vertigo is making a comeback?
Yeah. Yeah.
With Karen Berger?
That was their Black Label series that they announced.
Yes.
So it's going to be very, very Vertigo. What was that title that they had with like the aliens? I think it was Bloodlines. Where it was these three aliens. In DC,
you mean? With the Invasion series.
I believe so.
And they had the aliens with a large red dot on their forehead. Is that what you're talking about?
I think so.
That came out in the 90s or late 80s.
Yes.
Is that the one you mean?
There were like these three aliens that would assume human form.
Yeah.
But
and it's when Superman was off world. He's exiled. Remember?
Yes.
And because he was he had a bit of a meltdown and he was running around as gangbuster while he was asleep, belting the hell out of everyone. That was great. I love those.
More.
I haven't got Gangbuster and Guardian in. I haven't got them yet.
Oh, that's true. Or what's this other one? Night Thrasher.
Ooh, Night Thrasher.
You know, some deep cuts.
The creeper.
The Creeper's a great one.
I did put Etrigan in there. Etrigan's in.
Love Etrigan, the demon.
All right, so that green has responded nicely now. I've done that second pass over it, so that's good.
There
We
you
didn't
go.
get any lift.
Yeah.
No lifting.
We like that. We like when the paint doesn't lift.
We like when it behaves itself.
Dude. Going to drop in some of these fine lines, and then what's really going to cap it off is like the brushwork with the ink.
Yes.
That's pull
everything together.
Yeah, that's what ties everything together. This. It doesn't seem to be flowing very well this evening. Might need to clean my nib.
Oh, really? It's not responding?
Yeah, it's like just needs a quick little scrub.
Yep.
So that she behaves. I keep an old toothbrush on my drafting table.
Ready and handy.
Just for that, you know, so that she behaves. Could also mean that I've left my ink out, so it's starting to like get a little gelatinous.
Oh yeah. What a great word.
You know, it starts to like the viscosity changes when you leave it.
Yeah, it changes form on you.
So instead of it, yeah, it does.
Alrighty.
Right. I might switch to my brush until I figure out what's going on with my ink.
It's not playing nicely.
Not tonight, not with the nib. And it was working fine earlier when I was working on my cards. So yeah, let's go brush. Rinse that off. Start applying the brushes. All right. Use you. Use you. Start blocking in some of these larger brush. Losing hard blacks. All right, and then we'll
Alright.
put that along there. Get the wrinkles along the abs.
All right.
And then soften the edges there. All right, that's working a little better.
Yeah, it's coming out nice and clean. Obviously, your gouache underneath is dried a fair bit. Is that right?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's got a lot of bite.
Yeah, that's good. I'm just working up the mace details at the moment, getting some nice steel iron effects.
Like it?
Putting in all the studs in, which can be tedious.
Oh yeah.
But, it's always satisfying when
Minimally
it's done properly. Yeah.
This is easily one of my favorite things to do as of late is inking with a brush.
Right.
I find it to be really, really satisfying.
Yeah.
And, you know, doing like painting more, you know, I've developed a real appreciation for, you know, applying ink with a brush.
That's good. I love that.
Push in some of that hard black. Bam. Excuse me. Yeah, my sinuses are acting
Bless
up.
you.
Thank you.
All right, I think that'll do for the mace. I'll give it a couple little bit of shines here and there, but I think that's that. Got some crack damage through it from the battle.
In my 40s, I've developed the sneeze.
And the damage from Ghost Rider.
Yes.
All right, that's good there.
Push a little bit of shadow underneath there.
I think it's time. I think it's time for the wings. Gotta get these wings done now.
It is wing time.
Took a bit to get to this stage, but we're there now.
Indeed. Here.
So here's the question I have for you, Kenny. Should we do the Wheel of Death before the end of this show for 2 weeks? Or do we want to do it at the Masters of the Universe show?
Now let's do it at the end of Masters.
Okay.
At the end of that. So, like, it's kind of fresh in the brain.
Yep.
So like, you know, because so many things can happen during the week.
Yes.
I don't want to like forget. Knuckles about there. Two. And three.
Alrighty. Move that up a bit.
Man.
Alrighty.
Action will be slug
A
deep.
bit of white. A bit of things grey happening. Warm that grey up a bit.
Yeah.
Wake it up in the palette. Add a little bit of Prussian blue in there. Love the Prussian blue.
Prussian blue is awesome.
Yes.
One of my go-tos.
Yeah, I love it. Love it, love it.
Here. There we go.
I could do the Alex Ross cheat here where you just bleach out the feathers so it just becomes shadow. I could do that. Everything's in shadow. Can't see it. Can't see it. Sorry.
That's a good way to avoid the noodle.
It's a good way to avoid hours and hours of work, that's for sure. It's called smart economy of time.
Oh yeah.
And it's not easy painting feathers. That as well.
I just that struggle.
Yeah, just trying to get it to look light and fluffy and to get all the stems right. It can be a bit annoying. I totally understand why he does that. All right, so all I'm doing now is I'm just scumbling in a little bit of a wash. A bit of a wash over the background of the feathers, and then when that settles, I'll do from wing to wing, and then I can come and embellish some of the highlights of where the light is just licking the tops of those feathers. And I want them to feel like they're fairly in movement, so I'm not going to do too much detail. I want them to be fairly free-flowing and feel like they're shifting around a bit. You know, she's in mid-air.
Yeah.
I was going to do her positioned above Ghost Rider, but then I thought she's wasted if she's not flying, old Hawk Girl.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like Spider-Man. You know, you don't want Spider-Man to be. If you're not swinging above a street or doing some acrobat, he's kind of wasted, isn't he?
Yeah.
Let's drop a bit of shadow in there now. Been sort of playing around with some heavier, bolder shadows with this one this time. I've been looking at the artist, Will Rochford. We love Will Rochford, but also looking at Basil Gogos and looking at how to use bolder shadows to block in areas to create a bit of dramatic lighting, which has been a nice.
I love this book.
Yeah, it's a nice jump. I love how bold and colourful they are. Are you familiar with Basil Gogos?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're looking at his colour choices for his gouache and his paintings. The kids bought me an art book of his on the holidays for Christmas. So it's been nice to sort of go through that. Yeah.
Nice. I gotta start buying more art books.
Yeah, it's a nice reference. Well, that's that's the back. That's the back cover there. You can see the monster choice. See the colors on the faces.
Yeah.
Really interesting color choices.
That's gorgeous.
Good for covers. Like look at that. It's great.
Oof. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, very cool.
Here we go. Well, I'm almost done with Ghost Rider. Just gonna
Nearly finished.
Finish off. Almost.
Yeah.
I just need to work in some of the wrinkles.
Yep.
Blocking the leather boots, and probably switch to a thinner pen so that I can get some of the values in the glove. And I might give it one more pass with paint just so I can sort of deepen some of the shadows.
Right. The big question I have for you, though, will you get it done today? Because we're now at the 4-hour mark.
Are we already?
Yeah, man. We're at 4 hours.
Oh, be a negative.
It's a negatory on that.
Might be a negative. I can get Ghost Rider done tonight for sure. And then by the next stream, I'll be able to figure out what the heck is going on with my nib.
Yeah. Just adding a little bit of Van Dyke brown in with my blues. You might call it Kenny Coppertone, but I'm tend to make it more of a neutral. It's more of a neutral because I've added a bit of black and white to it to really fade it out. That, and I wanted to avoid copyright issues with the estate of Kenny Calderon. So PTY International, just saying. Just to give a bit of tonal difference from the outer part of the wing to the inner part of the wing.
Yes.
I'm just going to whack in this tone and then come back and might go over it with a bit of pencil just to give it a bit of texture. A bit of texture.
Just a bit.
Just a touch.
All right, that's hitting a little bit now. Ooh, very good.
I'm going to say she is not an easy character to paint, old Hawk Girl. There's a lot going on.
Just a bit. Just a
lot
bit.
going on.
Oh, science is killing me. Okay. Push a little bit of ink to this area right here, but we want to soften it up just a bit. All right, that worked out. A little bit. There we go.
That's looking good, man. I love it.
This blending brush right here, dude. If the missus ever like decides to get rid of like a blending brush that she uses for her makeup, hold on to
You're
it.
all over it. Yeah.
Oh, dude, like that soft like texture right there. That oof, there's nothing like that.
It's the real deal. Yeah.
Because you're able to catch it just as the paint is like on that threshold of being dry.
Yep. And just push it.
And doing the same thing with the ink, so you get that nice fuzzy soft lens.
Yep.
Especially around like lighting. Oh,
yes,
the best.
It's a good feeling when that paint is just ready to be played with a bit.
Oh yeah.
So next week, the Star Wars Artifacts cards come out from Topps.
Ooh.
So that should be interesting. Really interesting to see how that goes because they're a different format to the normal cards, different thickness, different size. So I'm really interested to see how they market it.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I think it'll do well. I mean,
yeah, well, there seems to be a
Star
collector
Wars
market for this stuff.
It's always
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Star Wars is always a strong IP to work with, and you know, you've been doing like some amazing work on that.
Thanks, man. I've had it's been nearly what I do 5 sets now, so 5 sets. So it's interesting.
Yeah, you've been killing it.
It's kind of been back-to-back work, which has been great.
No. You've been killing it.
It's funny. It's funny you find a medium like that it suits you perfectly. You know, like I actually quite like sitting down and just doing the one and dones. There's no sort of it doesn't go on forever.
Uh-huh.
They're done in an hour and a half, and
yeah,
you move on to the next one on the list. You know, it's nice that way. It's very satisfying.
Uh-huh. You're not like meandering on like the same thing for very long.
Yeah, it's nice to have those big projects, but it's sometimes you think, am I ever going to complete anything? Like, I just want to get something that I can knock my head finish. You know?
Yeah.
Every now and then you need something has the satisfaction of a finished job.
Like a tequila shot. You just, you know.
Yeah. Similar to like mowing the lawn. You know, the dawn's done. It's finished.
Right.
I have to think about it again. to next week.
That's it. On to frosty adult beverages.
Yes. And a sandwich.
Indeed. Let's make this nice and fuzzy. There we go.
Jeez. All right, just trying to get that wing fold happening and trying to work reasonably quick in this temperature where it's drying my paint out as I'm going. And hopefully I can get a chance to do a pass over on the other areas.
I think Chris Borman jinxed us.
And then jumped off line.
Uh-huh.
Dropped the cannonball and then left.
Right. I blame Chris.
Yes. So
All right. I don't think I'll need the pen. And the brush is doing what it's supposed to do.
all right, so let's get a little bit of background happening. So let's erase that. Sorry for my breathing. I'm just blowing off little bits of eraser. I'm not hyperventilating yet. You doing any sequential work lately, Kenny?
Yes, actually. I'm wrapping up work on the graphic novel that I've been working the past few months. And I have an indie book series that I gotta review the contracts on.
Yep.
It's not gonna be like super extensive like a graphic novel. It's gonna be, like 20, 25 pages, something light.
Yep.
But it's an ongoing series. Figured it's enough to kind of hold me out throughout the year.
Yep.
It's a guy out in the Midwest who he's building he's already built it, but it's not where he would like it to be. It's an IP that he started that he wants to kind of like workshop to a production studio.
Right.
And
is that the one you were telling me about?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to. He realized that a lot of studios want like a built-in like already.
Yep.
So he's just kind of amassing like a lot of different media for the IP.
Yes.
So
okay.
I'm coming in on the comic aspect. He's got
Cool.
like somebody to do toys. He's got like he's
Wow.
talking to an animator. Yeah.
Toys are always a big outlay, aren't they? A big commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. So he wants to, sell it off eventually, but he wants to sell it off as a package.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is smart.
Fair enough. Chris Borman says he's here. He just dozed off for a while.
Hey, Chris. We blame you.
It's good that we're.
know.
I'm glad that we're engaging television for you, Chris.
We blame you.
Fell asleep. We put you to sleep.
This could have been done, but you had to go and throw shade. I blame you, Chris. So now I'm attempting to knock this out tonight just to spite you.
You're the reason we're 4 hours, Chris. I would have been outside playing with my kids an hour ago. Thanks, Chris. Well, I don't know about you, Kenny, but I reckon I'm probably about 15, 20 minutes away from finished. Maybe.
No, I'm not.
You're a bit more. I mean, as in what I can do today. Because
as in that, yeah. I'm probably about the same. I want to do the mace.
Yeah.
And it's been a little tricky, like just doing it straight up with a brush, but I'm kind of slowly getting the hang of it.
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether we do pre-draw it, maybe.
Yeah. That's gonna have to be the motto.
Yeah.
Meds knock me out at times. It's been a long week. Okay. Is that what we're calling it now? Heart meds? Okay. So I'm gonna head off into my kitchen after the stream and pour myself a frosty fizzy adult
angry beverage.
Heart med beverage.
Big and a big congratulations to Chris. He just reached a milestone from, I think, the heart attack you had, Chris. Is that right? I think he's had a little bit of a milestone with that. I think that was that last week or the week before. I saw
what
he had a 1 year anniversary or something. It was, yeah. So I think it's a thing for all of us men to be mindful of our health, and definitely coming from a family that suffer from similar things. The issue is real, isn't it, Kenny? Like, it's something that we all have to be careful of, especially because we're not getting any younger. But because we now remember 0 hour, so 0 hour has dated us. But certainly something we need to be mindful of.
Not the 0 hour comment again.
It's stuck. It's stuck with me. The pain. It's stuck. Too funny.
Dude, I remember reading 0 hour like it was yesterday. I think I still have my copy of 0 hour.
I remember reading Inferno.
It was the blank cover with the with the really light opacity on the title.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, 12 years since your first heart attack. Sorry, Chris. I thought it was a year that had passed.
Man, Chris, I didn't know, man. My bad.
So I'm just doing a bit of Ghost Rider. Oh, I'm off screen. Sorry. I'm doing a bit of Ghost Rider Skull. We got a little skull there in the bottom.
Yeah.
And we might... I'm not going to do Ghost Rider's body. I might just, like, it's dismembered, you know? Is that too dark?
Yeah.
Have I gone too dark with it?
Not at all. Not at all.
It is a battle, for crying out loud. It's not Super Friends. You know?
Let me switch to my other brush here.
It's not Mork and Mindy.
Yeah.
Not happy days.
No, sir. No, sir. None of that new.
Let's get a bit of. I guess I get to do a bit of flame too. Is that cheating?
No. Oh.
Probably not going to make any sense whatsoever unless we get both of our artworks next to each other. So if you're going to purchase these, they come as a duo. The duo sets.
There you go.
For the wall.
There you go. This is it right here. I was going to do some general line work in this, and then,
that's what I love about when I listen to you live streaming is the monologuing. This is the stuff right here. Like, do you want us to leave you to it for a bit? Like, right. Sure, you want us in a room with you right now?
This is what it comes down to right now. Right? I think I'm gonna do. I might cut into the nth metal with a Posca pen. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Ooh, only if you promise. Like that sounds amazing.
Do a Posca pen base.
Posca pens fascinate me. They fascinate me.
Oh,
they really do.
Awesome.
I know Aunt Vu uses them a lot. I was telling my daughter about her yesterday. She remarks everything. The Funko Pops.
Yes.
So it's something I'm really fascinated with. We got a few at work, but they're hit and miss with me. I need to have a bit of a practice.
Yeah, they're really fun to work with.
I see surfboard designers using them a fair bit.
Yeah, my son, as a matter of fact, I got him a set of Poscas for Christmas.
Yeah.
And he's been using the pens to do his own like paint jobs on his Beyblades.
Cool. Customized Beyblades.
Yeah, he's been customizing his Beyblades with the
I didn't realize Beyblades was still a big thing.
Neither
it must be still big still big in the States, is it? Or
maybe?
Or is he just hanging on?
I think like because there was a point where he just became disinterested, right?
Yeah,
and he wanted to like sell his little collection, but then he got into it again.
Yeah,
and
right.
I think like the kids that he's hanging out with, they're like into it heavy.
Okay, that always matters a lot, doesn't it? Really?
Of course.
What's happening around you? Yeah. All right. I'm going to keep this background a little bit washy.
Okay.
A bit washy to get the flame happening there.
Okay. I think that's where I'm going to cap it.
Yeah, we are at the 4:15 mark.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good point to leave it.
Yeah, because my sinuses are killing me.
Yes. And
Chris is falling asleep.
He's had a whole night's sleep and come back. We've done a marathon. So tell me, what's the goals for next session, Kenny? What are you up to?
So for the next session, it's just sharpening up the values and shapes inside the skull. Pushing some deeper contrasts in the motorcycle, and in the foreground, the area on the ground here, getting the bright sort of like embers kind of coming out of the mace here, and then just pushing some hard blacks, smudging some hard blacks into the background, and this is done. So I reckon there's maybe another 40 minutes in this piece.
Right. Okay, that's good. That's some good goals. I think for me, I'm going to come in with a grey and maybe blue pencil and do some detailing on the feathers just quickly. And then I'm going to wash in just a little bit of a rubble destructive background just to make it look like she's floating. So she seems like she's in the air. And then that's it. We'll wrap it. So thanks for joining us this week. It's been a big journey for our first Invictus. Hopefully we can get a bit of a rhythm to it and get it down to the 3-hour mark. We'll see how we go. Or 2.5 hours. We'll see if we can streamline it a bit more. Please, if you've joined us today and you've liked what you've seen and you want to encourage us to do more, please like, subscribe, and comment on the videos. It's always a massive help to us. The more we keep bumping up our subscribers and definitely spreading the word about what we do. So if you can share it, that's even better. And just tap into Kenny at Wilding Studios. You can see his little label at the bottom there at Wilding's Ken, and mine is The Art of Will Clayton. If you want to visit our Etsy store, it's on the screen now. So jump on there. There's a whole bunch of different stuff on there, from cards to prints to original art and commissions. And we'll see you next time on Back to the Drawing Board. Have a good week.
Good week.